and Odem, Priscilla and Indigenous cause. Pray that we have a very good day today as we learn more about our traditional teachings, our traditional ways of incorporating our ways and our values and our knowledge and into our work with the more disadvantaged, those who need healing. We pray for those that experience difficulties. We pray for those that that need healing. Lord, please wrap your arms around them and take care of them. Miigwetch Gichimanadu. Miigwetch. I woke up with a little cold this morning. Yeah. Well, I got the flu shot and I got four of those vaccine shots. Still a little bit. I come back from Winnipeg with it, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I took a COVID test. I'm okay that way. Yeah. Yeah. The first thing I do is take that old test. Yeah. Which one? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has to be cared for just like a baby. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, you got them? Okay. That's good. Right here. Thank you for helping me. Oh, Miigwetch, my honor. Yeah. Do you need me anymore? No, not till later on. I don't think. Okay. No, that's good. Oh, Miigwetch. Okay.
Bonjour. Je suis noir. start off with the presentation. What I'm going to do is use both languages, Anishinaabe one and English. Some understand Anishinaabe one more, some understand both. Oh, we go on in them. Then I'm going to cook. Yarın best, you go. Here, you should asman, but you go on quick. You should know them. It isn't up in the carton. I get to you say, Scabby is getting you go. You're going to take it down. But this way, say, Mom, you should kind of all but you got to give them a look. In the care, you got to be in the one go on, lady. And in care, here's your how much you get. But this man, he wouldn't buy them. The guy he goes in the canning. Just call away, Morgan, again, any month, not going to see Morgan. The guy is not us to be that good again. And you have to take all you can, you just wear books and move on. And they are so canning to be, go on, way to watch one. Nick way, coming on the one, Nick coming the one. So I'm going to use both languages, English and Anishinaabe one. I wanted to mention first of all, I was given tobacco to share some information on the Anishinaabe view of justice. I wanted to say as well that tobacco was offered when I did my ceremony this morning. I carry our grandmother's pipe. I made offerings to the traditional items at home. The Kaakewaaseya, it's a eagle feather staff, also our community drum, and the keeper of our community drum. The hand drum I use, and also the little boy water drum. I had offered those to my helpers, because I don't know very much. I asked for their guidance, I asked for their help to talk about the Anishinaabe view on justice. Well, you get the watching. Yeah, you tie it, I mean, no, Magjage, Princess, Princess. You got shit, we maja, keep him in the and if you in the market, and if you need the Mosek the mark to keep it down. Jimmy not to get so long, Jimmy no art. Jimmy not to art, which is Anishinaabe. In a way, creating goes this. In the care, I mean, you got she, you were in this salon. It's a no last to go. Kitty butt, where we visit. You found the book salon. Yeah, they're not getting one. I should not be just again, you know. We're so gay, she never was really gay for you. He's up and out, John. Why gay? You need to think. He's just so I think me and the gay. When you sing, you can get it. Oh, yeah. So when I was raising my children, the teaching is that they provide guidance to the young ones at a very early age. They provide teachings to the male, to the female, wegi wisto ge se ma kon ma. Niwe na ni yar se go se ma. Iko pane iko stige se ma ga sami se ma ke. Ishkeno na zit ma bitan iko wegi na. Ishkeno ba ma iko tem ishkeno ba ma iko mo ni iko tem niwe se ma. in the same. That's supposed to go, I push the wood though, yeah, in Kerry and in Daga. Away, Norton, commandment with him, where you Jesus, walking you go, where you peace soon. The thing in mind, don't demon, I go walking you go. He's been come out to get over here, my marshal over here. But you know, targets, I go be walking you go, I go be changing you go. You just in the KA, where's to go, be walking in, be joining them in, keep your little way away, okay, you're back, you know what back is it. You just yeah, you in the KA, she named out up to the KA, you used to get. Well, come on, so we get. George, we know what Josie told you know, we are, imagine the back. Why stuck in the back of the mark, we go get away, go come in none, away, to keep none. None that day, once we get away, in the back of the mark, so when that individual is on that island, it's similar to going to a fast. You spend 4 days, 4 nights in that setting. You're without food when you're fasting. But what they do when they have an individual that did wrong, they provide food to him, they talk to him, he builds his own lodge, whether it's a wigwam, sleeps on the ground. So you don't have visitors. You have visitors that love him unconditionally. It could be his clan, it could be grandmother moon, grandfather sun, it could be the wind, it could be anyone to visit him. When he sleeps on the ground, Earth Mother provides healing to that individual. So he gets a lot of these teachings. Eventually, second day will come around, third day, he's starting to think that maybe he should let go of his anger or his revengefulness. And as the elders come and talk to him, you understand that making amends is the proper way to do it, the proper way to carry your life. Take this away. Think about wins. How we are. One guy should get out. Wow. Think about wins. How we are. Away. Can't walk to you in. Next to them. Think about wins. Can't get go on no. Can't get go on. Jesus. Can't get my ego. So then what mercy. We just the other things, the other things can my yard. Think about wins. Can't go after you. This is non okay. You just you know. Ni neta kabi ito kabi kinumagawa. Take it away, mission. Keep them in. To get away. So if you look at the current system, the current legal system, when someone is sentenced and someone is locked up, they don't have that benefit of the earth, the wind, the sun. They don't have their visitors because they're in a jail cell. They don't have that good teaching. They don't have that. So he's brewing in there. He's stirring in there. And it probably accelerates his anger, his frustration. He may do the same thing. But when you use these Anishinaabe teachings, when you use these in a good way, then that's the Anishinaabe thinking that's helpful. Ske just mi no kina mat bit ma minising. Win the mago no ya. Kezim mandi mo we. Ita gagi zama away kama jitut out. Kunige gita niki ma achina kispen boat to it. Gita nuts ne. Gita min itun gego kispen pas saman. Kispen gego ma kimutiat. Gita mina. Gita je mina. Mitishma win ma gino chinamat the big. She wega ma jitut and you gain ma mat bit. She go wega nigan shkamuat. Wishko nigan. Wege kamash chiget. Tapshuga guys chigay ma bichinago ma gin mat the beat. Kigagi zaminda. Tibat chimog. Way ni ma kagi gitog. Way ni sugo ma kikama away kamash chiget. So when his last day, his fourth day arrives, he's asked to make amends to that individual, to the person he harmed, whether he stole something, whether he broke a window, whether he hit someone. So he has a task. He's told to do a task if that individual burns wood, for example. You know, he can provide wood for the whole winter to that individual. Or if he broke that window, he's to make repairs to the window. Or if he stole something, he's to return that item. But not necessarily to return that item, but return something on top of it. You know, making your amends, you're correcting your wrong. You just and it chicken the man away. Kai non the mom chi nago. Why no ang gwajin kai ni just get out the ma away, we just throw out the way. Wa kai ganing iti ho just konigam. When the ke chigagis menda do Miigwetch mandagi ke zek mandimo egg anin ke which in the kamash chiget. Ni which is so ge away ki just to get out the ma gwetch me ogenin ko anin ke jimani segaban. Mi just mani ani just to get out away begish doesn't deny them just to get out in the ke begish anin waban the money here chini just to get out garnish nongam keep the back on then so the gak on the good thing nishnabe me so go good things to go ginger it wasa kispen kishmash to get Karin koni gino das mimin away gucci ginger it kamash to get she went in up jogi abjitona. So I'm excited to be part of this Justice Center that's being talked about and that's going to have an official launch on February 6th. It's a new way, it's a better way of doing sentencing, so to speak. So when the elders are involved, I'm really glad that elders are going to be involved when they put a healing plan together. And the judge, as you see in the building, there's a courtroom setting there too. It's a pilot. I hope it works. And I'm really excited to help out because that healing plan could really benefit that individual. An idea is to use a site, Bug Lake. They have a lot of traditional items. They call that site. You'll find good life. So maybe the healing plan will include, that person going to a sweat lodge. Person maybe need a name, a clan, namesake item, someone he's named or she's named after. Those are the ways that I see happening today, that they're incorporating Anishinaabe teachings, even in the justice system these days. This has been talked about, I think, for a long time. I've always heard Anishinaabe people, we want our own system. We want to incorporate our own ways. We want to do our ways of justice in our community. So I just mentioned one way. There may be other ways in Kenora, in Dryden, other communities, that they perform justice on their communities. So I also heard that one of the ways that we don't do is we don't banish anyone. We don't banish, especially serious offenders. We don't banish them. We use that system. Minising. That island is still there near our community. That island is used for a lot of teachings. There are a lot of spirits in that island and the surrounding area. A lot of these teachings originate from the creation story or from the Nanabuju stories. Like last night, my mother and I, we did some winter storytelling at Wichitawan. And these stories are humorous. Nanabuju never, didn't listen. He was mischievous and did a lot of crazy things. But there's a lot of teachings in there. And there are teachings in various stories about how justice is viewed by Anishinaabe people. So if you have an opportunity to listen to those, if you have an opportunity to hear creation story, some of the creation stories, there's a little justice in there. Because in our ways, we don't separate anything. We don't separate justice from, for example, education or governance, because they're all integrated. It's all global thinking. It's all bits and pieces in there. Anishinaabe. Nibigego Hotajindan. Skisogaway, Kipakuniget, Skisogaway, Mindimaway, Ikagis Taguzit. Wikagis a man near Monetoan, Omanetoman gay, Masuge, Pay Sugabis in the Mortigia. Money, Hat so Karnag, Miguge away Tegan, Misuge away Migan got Kunuma. Hat so Karnag my yog, Pesho. Mi just got a kit to measure. Get it Ziminanig. Give it a dog woman, Pane, Gigagi get doing. Give up me woman, Pane, the K, as yet Agis in the Shinabe. So we're always told by our elders that the Creator is always listening. The Creator is always looking after us. Creator loves us unconditionally. Our elder mentioned the spirits in the area. But there are a lot of spirits all over. Some, as you know, spirits take a break in the winter. They lay down, rest. Other spirits are still around. So these winter storytelling sessions, that's when they happen. Midwinter, after we born Jesus. Midwinter stories to share and to laugh, to have fun. And that's what we did last night with a group from Wichitawan. So a lot of these teachings have been around a long time. This way, Kwe Mina Gutibacham, Gijamin ko Chiscaning Gikwetwamin. Kaniski Zamen and away. Kina Zaman go away, Majimshkiki in. We guys go start taking. We go Zaman down now, yeah. Me just Gikwetwamin. I need cage chicken one. Jewish in the Shinabe. Ninen Sagoma, Count Jiang, Usmin Canning Jabin, give it the Magi, Nichin Shinabeg, Miguel Gemakan, Kanigan Shkamatsago, Yash Kunigan. Ginamat the Wemingi, great time, and we shall win the Mago Wang. He got touched at the Gorman Sha, Aja away, the K. Jimmy Matt at the Shinabe. Shkay. We go up and down now, away. When she goes with the gushing ma. Pacanum, the K will go be Tony, you're not going to get. Pacan gay, you got G Gorman. Meet the share, Gabi kit dot, way, Pakinak. You get in the bay Gorman at Gina. You get in the bay Gorman at Gina. Me just ask to get out my long. Scusi yuck. We tap in on Yaga Mini going. It is ye nogum, the K any wobbin the man. When is na big? We tap in on now, yeah. Mini goes you in none. Jimmy no at, Jimmy no angst. Me just ye gay, away knock on again, wapski one knock on again. Me go here in the on stakes so gay. Me go man in the seg, yeah. I need a business down now, a business down mog, yeah. And it's not big. Get to Ziminanik. So, one of the teachings that we asked in our community to help our people that were stuck on drugs, the pills, the smoking, the different alcohol, the different but Jimishkiki and the medicines that aren't good for us. And so it was our chief and council, our elders, our workers from the community went to Shake Tent and asked how we can help our people. So they told us a story. The spirits told us a story. They saw the coming of the non-native. They were bringing a different system, the parliamentary system was from the ocean. The laws were from the ocean, across the ocean. They weren't our laws. They were going to suppress and control us. And they also put us to sleep for a while, like a sleep-induced state for a while, because they saw this happening. They didn't want Anishinaabe people to all perish or die or kill themselves in any way. So this sleep-induced state lasted for a while. When the spirits talk for a while, I always wondered what that meant. Sometimes that's 100 years. Sometimes it's 40 years. So if you look at colonialism, you look at the laws that came from that period of time, it's about close to 150 years. The treaty is going to be honored this year, 150-year celebration of the treaty. So when we were advised that we are being reawakened, they're tapping elders on the head. Wake up. You were given gifts. Use them. Start bringing them back. And I see that happening quite often. Our drum, the songs that are sung, the smudge that was used, the food that's being offered, the prayers that are being offered. 20 years ago, that didn't happen. It's coming back. I'm glad to see that we're using our system. So I'm also glad that we're going to be using our ways in this new justice center. And I hope it works. There was a new word I learned yesterday. I have to write it down. Some of you may have heard it. Recidivism. So I pull out my Anishinaabe thesaurus. I looked it up. Wasn't there. And the reason it's not there in our language, in our discussions, is that when all these things are done properly for that individual that offended, they won't reoffend. They won't reoffend. Because I think that's what that word means. I asked these two smart guys here what it meant. Yeah. Smart pantses. I like old bad Leroy Brown. So there are changes happening in the justice system too. Even the judges are starting to, because many people had to litigate, they had to use their system in order to change society. There's still racism, there's still things we have to work on, but it's getting better. I see the judges even taking elders' evidence and using elders' evidence as the truth. There are elders being put on the stand and asked their view on a topic, and they're believed. So those kind of things are starting to happen. And that's why I'm glad that the justice system is coming, it's going to work. And I say extremely Miigwetch for taking a little time to listen to this presentation. Aho!
All right, thank you so much, Don. I really appreciate that teaching you gave us. And we only have one question right now. Can you describe a time when you were successful in applying traditional justice to assist a community member who was on the wrong path?
Other elders in my community had a gathering and talked to an individual. I wasn't part of it because I wasn't in the community, but they talked to this individual. Sometimes it's done like in a formal setting. Sometimes that individual will be asked to go to that house where they did the offending, and they'll take care of it that way. So I wasn't personally involved in any of these things that I'm talking about, but this system, and if the court system is going to allow this type of, I think we just have to assert our ways. I'm not in, see, I used to be a chief, so I don't I don't ask, I just do. So that's one of the things that we should do, is tell the judge, this is how we want to do it. A sentencing circle, restorative justice in our own way, how we want to perform these things. So I think the future looks good in that way.
Thank you for that, Don. We have another question here. What is your vision for the justice system evolving over the next 5 years?
Well, I hope they, when I mean they, it's the judges, it's the crown attorneys, it's the jail system, it's the bail system, the whole system that's involved when a person, the probation, when a person is sentenced, that because there's work that's done prior to sentencing. I understand now the Gladue report is done, and they look at other circumstances. So when these things are happening and they put credit to them, that they value these things, things will change, and he takes steps. One of the things we recommended before the Justice Center is going to open is to do a test run, to do a trial run, and have the Justice Gibson there, have the Justice of the Peace there, have the lawyers, have the the defendants, have the lawyers, everybody do a mock situation, how it's going to work. They haven't done it yet, but it was a suggestion. So I hope when the Justice Center announcement is going to happen, that there's concrete work that's going to happen, that they believe that a new way, because all the stats show that Native people are overrepresented in the system, in jails, whole system, it's overwhelmed, and they say, part of the cause is COVID related and whatnot. So within the next 5 years, I think by year 5, I would think that everything's working smoothly, that we are doing what they said they were going to do, that there may be little wrinkles to iron out here and there, that it's going to work. That's my hope and my vision.
Thank you again, Don, and we really appreciate your insights.
Any questions from the table here? My mother always says, ask a question, that's how you're going to know. Okay,
It just reminds me when you're talking about the offender, the way they did the justice. They would take them to the island and unsupervised. I think that'd be unsupervised, but given probably direction, what they should be doing on that island. I think about in the ages. That happened one time. A couple of offenders, they were taken to an island, but there was addictions involved at the time. Officers took them to the island, but they were intoxicated with the solvent. Then they tried to swim across to the mainland, but then they drowned there. But I think back then it worked, that's the way it worked. But today, have to, there's different things that needs to be considered. If there's another way, if that did happen, take them to an island, if we practice that, do you think somebody would need to be with them? Like do it in a different way, because if a lot of times offenders are addicted with some kind of, addiction. I just wonder about that. I think that would work, but I think it would need to be supervised. Somebody would need to be there with them. But Miigwetch, that for your presentation, that made me think of other ways we could try. Yeah, Miigwetch.
So I would think part of the healing plan for that individual, if he or she's addicted, that they cleanse themselves first before they go out there. So you ask them to attend a sweat lodge. Maybe it depends on the severity of their addiction, that they may have to do it more than once. So when an elder or the group or the community feels comfortable enough for that individual to be there by themselves and not harm anyone or not harm themselves, then that's when that system would work. But they may need to do some work prior to putting that individual out there.
Okay, I have one more question for you over here, Don. How do you envision the elders being involved in a sentencing process at the Justice Center?
That's a good question, because I don't know. I would hope, you know, Justice Gibson is really on board, and that's a good sign. And I would hope that in his wisdom, or even if it's JP, or Daphne Armstrong, in their wisdom, see the value in consulting an elder before sentencing happens. If they see that value, and if the healing plan that they put together, the judge agrees with it, then I think it would work. But it doesn't. Trial and error. Trial and error is usually the best practice sometimes. If it works, it really depends on the offender. You know, when I do the Gladio report, it outlines different things that he or she, you know, is involved in, or circumstances beyond his or her control at home, at school, at work, wherever. Those kind of things have to be evaluated. And then I guess the judge and the elder, in consultation with the elder, can decide, you know, what's best. But there's also monitoring that can happen in different periods of time. Priscilla?
The Anishinaabe in Anishinaabe Kwe and the communities have an important role to play in that whole process. I think women are a very supportive resource to be used in the community. Not only have they got teachings, but they can actually administer their form of justice. And I think that's something that could be incorporated as well. I'm thinking that what needs to happen is we have to be more aware of what is out there. Like we need to know the elders that carry the medicines for the healing, for example, bringing them off the drugs, for example. There's certain elders in the community that have medicines for that, to ease their withdrawal and their pain while they're withdrawn. We need to know who they are and how accessible they are. Same with the types of camps like you mentioned. I'm aware that the elder from your community does a lot of good work on the island with a treatment program. Those types of things got to be more visible to the justice people so that they can actually say, hey, you need to go here. I think this program will benefit you. Women also in the community have their own, know who their teachers are and who has the knowledge. So I just thought I'd throw that out there as part of a healing strategy. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch. Part of the justice my mother administers, hang on, is that if I didn't listen, she would pull my ear. That's why one ear is longer than the other. Robert?
The word is Tadeb Nimswin, and it was shared by one of our late elders. And at one of the elders' meetings, a word was put forward that's going to be displayed at the Restorative Justice Center for everybody to see. So not just the people who are accessing services there, but also all the staff, like all the co-workers, all the partners, the different mainstream partners. But maybe most importantly is every single time that judge goes into that building to do his work, there's a big sign that's going to be there, a very specific Anishinaabe sign, and I hope I say it correctly. It's Gishawiinamin, and it was shown as a part of the presentation, one of the slides yesterday, and I'm looking forward myself to seeing that sign, so I know every single time I come into that building, that's a different mindset altogether. And perhaps, Don, you can share what Gishawiinamin means and why that's important.
Gishawiinamin is very important. It's unconditional love. And I spoke about it a bit, about unconditional love. She wekipi kitog and shinabeg. Kijane migonan manito. Kijane migonan. The Great Spirit loves us. Even when we make a little error, make a misstep, the unconditional love is there. And they say, Kijiweni min. Kijiweni min. It's a very powerful word. And that's what should be used more in this justice, new justice system, Anishinaabe system. Minute yeah. So shall we take a little break? I don't see Sherry ready yet, so I'll give her 5 minutes. Miigwetch.
Sherry.
I'm in a conference.
What are you doing?
I'm in a conference. Call Dad on the 9730. Love you too. Yeah. Yeah, I dropped 30 pounds. Nothing really. I'm trying to get loose so I don't have so much pressure on this when I get my knee surgery. Yeah. It takes anywhere from, I think sometime in April. Yeah. I have to wait for, they put a cortisone shot in my kneecap in between there. And he said that he wants it all cleared, that cortisone, before I actually do the surgery, because it will affect my healing. Yeah. That's Kaakewaaseya. So, and I'll teach a trick. Ya, look at it. Seya, Kaakewaaseya, Kaakewaaseya, Kaakewaaseya. Got it? Yeah, the good path, yeah. Yeah, there's another one too. Kaakewaaseya is, it's a pathway, but it's referring to the stars, I think. Kaakewaaseya, the brightness of the rays of the star making a pathway. Like it's not, there's no single thing. But you know how the rays of the sun, when they come down, they make a pathway? That's what that refers to.
is actually they're supervised. But the guy accidentally shot himself. Don't know what happened. Killed there. I think shot. He shot himself. He broke his head. So at that time, we just stopped everything. We just support liability. It's the biggest liability. Yeah. 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 There's a lot of loose tracks. There's just not much, a lot of loose tracks. Okay. Yeah.
My eyes are not as good at nighttime driving.
Glare. Get that glare, huh? It's been a while since I've been on loose. I think the last time I got one was maybe 15 years ago. Like my nephew, my niece, they got a loose every year.
I never go home.
Yeah.
We had a close call when I was about 16. Went up and shopping, didn't want that. It was loaded. And on the boat, there's two people saying, that's what right between the two of them. Boss out the reputation. That was it. My friends. That was it. It just traumatized me. Never took advantage of it again.
Yeah, we have the option of just standing here.
Accidents, yeah. Same thing happened to me. It was same auto. Same auto with my brother-in-law was this way. My brother-in-law, I didn't even touch anything. And this car just went off. With a semi auto. There was a bullet. I must have hit something. Felt bad for the
What even no, he's gonna come, but I can't be when he had such a
Sherry. Sherry.
I'm not sure. was a rematch.
Yep.
Well, some were Tuesday.
Huh?
Bonjour Minoa. They say never keep a woman waiting. Every Anishinaabe woman. Here's Sherry.
Good morning. Oh, it's not working. Is it working? Good morning. My name is Sherry Cameron. I'm the Community Justice Program Team Lead. My Anishinaabe name is Miigwetch and Nubanesi. Gwe. I was trying to figure that part. But Bijun Dutem. I always like to try to remember to acknowledge who I am as an Anishinaabe person. I keep hearing the elders say, you know, you have to mention who you are. You have to know who you are here, and to be able to, you know, let people know where you come from. So just after that, I wanted to first let you know that we have a team. We have a really good team, community justice workers. And the work that we do is working, sorry, what's that? Oh, technology. So, yeah, on this team, we all get together, and the main goal that we always try to do is to change, give people the opportunity to change the way they're walking. And when I see this word, Kaakewaaseya, I say it that way. I always said before that I'm not saying it right. But when I see that word, in my version of it, is when we work with people, Miigwetch, right? They change their life. They change their way they're living. And go on that good path. So how do I do this? Just here? Oh, there we go. Okay, so our program, this is our program. We have a very, like I said, we have a really good team. I'll start off with the community justice workers, and maybe I can get them to come up here. We have Glenn Cameron, he's from Wapsamung. We have Mandy Fisk, but she's not with us today. We have Drake Cruson, if you want to come up. We have Tammy Kijik from Grassy Narrows. We have Allison Napish, who's not here with us, but I think is online. We have the famous Bobby Bingus. Come on up, Bobby. And we have Emily. Where is she? Oh, do you want to come up? So why I asked everybody to come up is we always try to make sure that we work as a team. When we try to work with people, you have to work in a team. You have to have good hearts. You have to be able to stay strong because you got a good, we have very hard jobs, you know, and especially in today's world. There's so many things that affect our people today. I said I wasn't going to get emotional. But just to kind of go over a little bit, some of the things, oh, thank you, Bobby. I'm going to speak a little bit about other things after, but we'll just go through these slides really quick. I'm not sure who's up here. Oh, I guess I am. So Kaakewaaseya Justice Service was mandated by the Grand Council Treaty 3 to develop justice programs in the Treaty 3. One of the programs is the Community Justice Program, as I mentioned, that follows the restorative justice practices. Respectfully, the program coordinators are designed to provide services for the 28 communities. I know right now we're not serving everyone because, like I said, there's only a few of us up here. There's not very many, and there's how many Anishinaabe people in the 28 communities. So it's a struggle at times. So what is the restorative justice program? And I'm going to give that to me. Sorry. The Community Justice Circles, the RJC, is a unique method of achieving the alternative justice. In specific criminal offenses, the RJC is created to promote the repairing of the damage that was caused by the wrongdoings, as well as healing between the victims and the offender and the communities. This is achieved throughout entering into the main system, court system. With this, I always find that our people, like it's been mentioned many times, that, you know, this system doesn't work for us. it's hurting our people more. That's what I find. But in this process that we try to present in the restorative justice program, the offender must take responsibility to his or her actions in order to be diverted to the restorative justice program. So the ultimate goal of the restorative justice program is to reach a circle agreement, circle settlements within the agreement. The offender agrees to take the course of actions to repair harm done to the victims in the community. Instead of doing this, I'm just going to pass it.
Next slide, please. Just kidding. So anyways, the offender must take responsibility for his or her actions in order to be diverted to the restorative justice program. So a lot of times this will come from the court and the Crown Attorney, right? You read the charges, reviews the synopsis, and if it meets the guidelines for direct accountability, you would divert it to the restorative justice program. So I work in Lac Seul, and Lac Seul we have 3 communities. And right now, the Crown Attorney I'm working with right now actually believes in the restorative justice. And I'm getting a lot of diversions from her, whereas the previous Crowns, well, they just didn't even give it a second thought. They just go through the court process all the time. So anyways, the ultimate goal of the RJC is to reach a circle agreement of the circle settlement. Within this agreement, the offender agrees to take a course of action to repair harms done to the victim or community. So basically, with the RJ, the circle focuses on giving the voice to the offender and especially to the victim. A lot of times when you go through the court process, the Crown acts for the victim. So the victim doesn't even have a word to say other than just stand there and agree. So at least the circle gives a voice to the victim. And that's where the victim can convey his message to the offender, the harm caused to her or him. So, next slide, please, Sherry. It's intensive effort to try to repair the damage that was caused to the victim or community and their families, and to make an offender aware of his or her actions. Like I said, I spoke behalf of that. Sherry, a little behind on the slides there. Just kidding. No. If the offender is successful in meeting the conditions of the course of the action undertaken in the circle agreement, then the outstanding criminal charges may be withdrawn or lesser would be considered. I think that's pretty straightforward. Eh? Any questions? Okay. All right. Hey, you want to take over?
It's his.
Oh, okay. This is my good friend.
Bonjour, Kaakewaaseya. Gumagi dus na gas at TikTok tem. Glen Cameron dus na gas. Waps among doen ze. Okay, my next slide. It is very important to note that offenders, both youth and adults alike, are required to make a firm commitment to change their social behavior patterns within the community, and that the restorative justice is not an easy way out on pending criminal charges. Criminal charges may also be reinitiated if the offender breaches the terms of the circle agreement. So basically, when the agreement is set up, it's up to the offender to abide by the rules and conditions that's been put in place. But at the same time, as a worker myself, I guide that client as much as I can so he doesn't breach any of the conditions that would be put forward. It takes some time, but at least we have understanding between the client and myself, and also the elder that's been present at the circle. So all three of us, we convey on a regular basis, like a weekly basis, to do some follow-ups and that, make sure that person's does all those conditions appropriately and on time. It focuses on crime, harms rather than rules broken, shows equal concern to victims and offenders and the community, or of the community, to work towards restoring victims, empowering them, and responding to their needs. Supports offenders while encouraging them to understand, accept, and carry out their obligations. Recognize the offender's obligations to repair harm that he or she has done. Provides opportunities for dialogue, direct or indirect, between victim and offender as appropriate. Find meaningful ways to involve the community to respond to the cause of the crime in the community. Most of all, respecting all parties involved. Yeah, this is a very important process when you start initiating the circle process, when you're getting everybody involved. Do your homework first and making sure everybody that's enrolled in the circle gets information on how to ask questions or ask your peers and how to proceed cautionally. And these are the key people that we use in our community, basically chief and council, community resources, parents and other supports, and also other individuals like relatives, cousins, and mainly the community elders. That's a big key asset in our reserve. And lastly, we go through up the ladder, like policing, then probation, and eventually up to the judges and crown attorneys and legal workers for advice and how to proceed forward.
So I wanted to speak a little bit on this one because these are all the charges that get referred to us. So the Crowns will carefully consider all the circumstances of the particular charge before deciding whether the offense may be referred to the restorative justice program. So these are some of the ones that we work with. A lot of these, but the most that I see today is the assaults. On almost every sat line I see, it's always assaults. And I think about that with our people and our communities, you know, and there's a lot of hurting people out there. And when you're hurting, you tend to reflect it on people around you. And that's just one of the things I really wanted to point out because I'm going to talk about this later. Okay, and the other ones, mischief, intoxication in a public place, domestic violence, drug, passion. Danielle. Drug possession, right? That's cool. Thank you. Theft. Oh, what? Intimidation. And like I said, intimidation kind of falls within the assaults because it's an emotional thing, right? You're bullying. You're bringing that that pain that you carry out to the world, to the people that are around you. Driving dangerously, fraud, uttering threats again, disturbance, breaking and entering. So a lot of these went in. A lot of these they're going to have victims. Like, so the victims and his or her, oh, this is, what is this? This is wrong.
I don't know. Did I press something?
Yeah.
No, that's right.
Okay, I have to apologize. A little bit of papers here got mixed up. But anyway, in a restorative justice circle, the victims and his or her supporters are involved. Members, friends, anyone that they feel that would give them the support in the circle. The offender and his supporters are also involved. The key person involved in helping the offender and the victim, such as youth workers, social workers, teachers, counselors, anyone that would be able to kind of bring a good healing plan. But the one I really like in all of this is these are all ones that they deal with every day. This is the most important one. I always think our elders are really needed in many different areas in our programs. And I'm really glad that we're able, like we try to do our best to get our teachings from the elders. Others considered members of the community. These members, like I said, could just be the supporters, whoever they feel comfortable in helping them in the circle. So I'm just gonna give this over to Tammy. Oh.
The circle process, preparation done by facilitator, selection of private conferencing room, circle participant review, refreshments, etc. Opening prayer, gifts to the elders. The circle process, ground rules, respect, integrity, and confidentiality, sacredness of circle. Introduction, synopsis of facts, what happened, person who has done the harm takes responsibility. The justice circle process, restorative justice circle. Elders or clergy sits across from the facilitator. The offender sit across from the victim, and then on their sides there's chief and band council, police, victim support, offender support, social worker, NADAP worker. Elders, the circle process. Elders and facilitator lead discussion on how to repair harm caused. Participants take turns on how the incident affect them. During the circle, all the participants develop a healing plan. An agreement solution has been agreed on, signed. We haven't, well, since I started, I haven't been able to do a circle, but what I do, I reach out to the family members of the offender, and I share with my coworkers. I reach out to them also. Like, we do everything together. I don't try and leave anything out, because I'd rather do everything as a team. And it works when the family members or the friends of the offender or the victim put in their say. And that's what we go by right now.
Sorry. So during the circle process, we develop an RJ agreement. After RJ agreement is put in place, everybody agrees to it. We all leave the circle in a good way. The elder will speak, thank the participant for, coming and being brave enough to come into the circle. Usually during that time, other ones that I've been, that had participated in, at this point, we would kind of have a little bit of a congratulations ceremony, not really a ceremony, but it's more of that, encouraging our participants and, the offender for coming out and being brave enough to be able to do this stuff, and letting him know that, he's going to have a little bit of work that he needs to do to heal himself. So we try to do our best to keep encouraging him. We develop a support system for him in the community wherever he is. You know, we try to make sure that the person's not alone, like, because after we leave, we want to make sure that, you know, that continued support is there for them in the community. And then from where we also continue to monitor this agreement and the process of this agreement for the offender, and we try to keep encouraging him all the time, or her, to keep moving forward. So this part here, I just want to give and share, get one of the other workers to come and speak on this. And
What type of disposition, conditions, or requirements may be included in the restorative justice agreement? One here, volunteer work in the community, lending to elders, getting firewood or shoveling, gathering of food, volunteering, attending other community events. We'd also look at apologies, essays and research, attending healing workshops, then also attendance at school. We'd also look for displays of talent, sharing of stories to provide a teaching acknowledgement of healing, making and presenting gifts to the persons that are harmed. Also going to be attending a treatment program or any other self-help programs. Overall program objectives, to enable persons who have caused harm the opportunity to repair the harm in a manner decided on by the community and the victims themselves. Then also to allow the community, not the courts, to resolve these matters in a way that is more culturally and traditional suited to all the community's needs. And then benefits for schools and also for the police, satisfaction, better outcomes for it, less paperwork, so they'll be very happy with that. Shifts responsibilities to the communities, involves individuals and also the family. And it's also being very proactive, gives more student control, recognizes the victim needs, strengthens and builds relationships within the communities. Also provides forum for options, offers insights into schools and police, greater parent cooperation, schools reassessing for their behavior management, effective models for change. Also going to be consistent models, improving process of healing, reductions in harm to victims enabled in their voice to be heard, and then also involving in institution shareholders. And the outcome goal for all this is to significantly reduce recidivism, which was also another word that Don Jones kind of had in his presentation, so it comes into this. And also provides cultural relevant justice processes grounded in the indigenous law. Also going to be addresses in the overrepresentation of indigenous people, and it'll be a good thing to begin healing for our communities one person at a time. Oh, closing. I guess I'll send it back to you. There we go.
So closing thoughts, get involved. It's a community program. It requires support and involves involvement of the entire community. We used to hear that saying, you know, it takes a community to heal a child. Well, this is similar. You know, healing begins at home, within ourselves. Only we can bring a new beginning. Miigwetch. We actually had a traditional role play, and it's really, really hard for us. I know we're kind of struggling a little bit up here, but if you see us in the community and we're doing circles, this is not here. I think it's a lot of times we kind of tend to see a lot of what our offenders, or not offenders, but our people see when they come into a circle. There's that nervousness, there's that not knowing what's gonna happen, right? So, but these guys, like, I'm so proud of them, They do really, really good work, and they've been doing it for a long time. So I just want to say Miigwetch, you know, for all of you guys. I know Arthur told me I only have 10 minutes left here, and we kind of did this a little bit longer than what we expected. But Miigwetch for all of you guys. I just want to say just one little quick thing. I had mentioned, like it said in our program, in the agenda, that I would be speaking a little bit on the traditional way of doing things. And I did a little bit of studying last night, and just seeing some of the communities and how they run their circles over there, speaking to the elders, you know, a lot of the times we get so caught up in doing things the mainstream way. We get focused on that way of doing things. You know, we are Anishinaabe people. You know, we have our ways, we have our traditions, we have our customs, we have so much knowledge, so much wisdom. You know, and we did have a law system back then. You know, and being able to recognize those again, and maybe going through ceremony and pulling those back out, you know, getting the to be able to teach us again those things that we have lost. Not everybody has lost them, though, that we still have really good knowledge keepers. You know, we have strong elders. When I say that, you know, we need elders in our programs. We need elders everywhere that we do things, because they're the ones that are going to teach us, men and women. And I think about one of the words that Don Jones had mentioned, and we were gonna do this role play, and in this role play, we were going to talk about, you know, how a young man was going to be banished. And we said, you know, we don't hear that. We don't use that word banish. But that's the word, the Jagoji word. I don't want to say that, but that's how we look at it. But actually, he ended up talking about it later. You know, this young man was sent to a cabin. He was able to go there, and in this role, when he was at this place, elders would come and visit him. They would teach him. They would have sweat lodge ceremonies. They would go through the roles of how a young man is supposed to be, or how the young man's growth is, so that he could have a good life. Anyway, he did the ceremonies there. He did, you know, the sharing circles. He learned many things. And when this young man, after the elder figured, you know, this is a good way. This young man has learned lots here. We're going to try to bring him back home. And when the decision was made to bring him back home, and when he came back home, he had to address the community. So in a community circle, he came and he addressed them, and he said, you know, and he talked his story. He told his truth, you know, and the community knew all the things that he had gone through, and to be able for the community to stand up and say, you know, we forgive you. You know, we're so proud of you of what you've done, and being able to come together and just, you know, lift up this young man. And, you know, guide him and say, you know, we accept you, come back home. So that in the role play, we had a drum song, and everybody got together and danced with him. They put a blanket around him and they said, you know, Gijanamin, you know, we accept you too, you know, we forgive you. and that healing took place for that young man. But not only for the young man, but also other ones that were watching. And it became a really good, powerful thing. And I could see many things like this happening in the Justice Center, you know. I'm excited to know that we're going to have a Justice Center. You know, this place is going to be here for our people, for our young ones, you know, and somewhere that they can say, you know, yes, I made a mistake, but I have my own place that I can go to. I have my own place that can guide me, that can help me. We have loving people there, and they follow the teachings. You know, because sometimes that's all our young people need, is to be able to have people say, you know, we love you. And the writing on the wall that Rob talked about, you know, we love you unconditionally. You know, it's a powerful thing. And I'm excited. Like, we're on the outside, but it's exciting to know that there's going to be a building that's going to be able to do all of these other things, and I'm amazed. And I'm really excited that, you know, our elders are going to be involved. Maybe our women council is going to be involved. Maybe our youth council are going to be involved. It always depends on the situation. But I'm just glad to see it, and I thank you so much for listening. You know, and Miigwetch. Miigwetch.
How Miigwetch. We'd like to told to move on. Sherry and her team will be here throughout the day if you have any questions. People online, if you want to ask questions. I'd like to find out more about these crimes of passion. Or did I misunderstand? Okay, so we're going to move on to transformation of justice. Professor of Law, Jennifer Leland. What do you call the school? What about the school? Schulich? Schulich? Okay. I'm glad you corrected me. Okay, go ahead, take it away.
Miigwetch, I thank you so much for the invitation to be here. What an incredible privilege. It would only have been made better if I could actually be there in person with you. So I'm sorry that I'm a face in a box. We've done a lot of that over the last few years, and it was incredible to have the opportunity to sit yesterday to hear, if not feel, as much as I would in the room. The drums yesterday and today, and to be welcomed with the wisdom of the elder, and to have this invitation. What an incredible joy to have an excuse to be able to listen and learn over the last 2 days. I hope I do get to Treaty 3 territory sometime. I'm coming to you here from Miigwetch and ceded territory of people where I'm blessed regularly to live and learn and work in the supported by very often the wisdom of the elders and of those working for Indigenous justice here in this province. So I come to you having been the beneficiary of that knowledge and that learning for some time. I thought that my invitation from Alicia was to come and share some of the learnings and the work that we've been doing here in Nova Scotia and some other examples. And I do that humbly and in the hope that it might be of support to the incredible effort and opportunity that you're looking toward with the Justice Center based on unconditional love, like what kind of a model and example to the rest of us in the world would that be? So I'm feeling excited and inspired and looking forward to offering a little bit of some of the experiences and learning that we've had here as we try to make sure that our efforts at restorative justice are done in a way that is actually changing and transforming the system in the ways in which you've been talking about and envisioning yesterday and today, rather than I don't know what's the saying, rather than sort of lipstick on a pig. The idea that we could actually do more harm if what we do is make the existing system look and feel slightly better when it really doesn't change. And so how do we ensure that our efforts are really about not getting caught up? I would love that saying from Sherry, that sort of constant tension of being worried that you get caught up in the things in mainstream ways because you're trying to find space and opportunity to do things differently alongside a pretty overwhelming and controlled system. So I have a slideshow that I'm going to share so that you can look less at the faith in a box and have something else to look at. So I'll see if technology is my friend today and try to share this with you. Let me see here if you're going to be able to see this. How is that? Is that working? I'll try to share the slideshow. Oh, it seems unhappy. So I'm not sure. I can hear you, but I can hear my own voice feeding back, but it says my screen share is loading. So I'm not sure that you're able to see the screen yet.
It's still loading from our side as well. Oh, it just came up.
Okay. Excellent. Look at that. We're cooking with gas. Okay, so I assume you can see the screen now with me as a little box in the corner. And so maybe I'll forward. So I think one of the really important conversations that we need to be having more often and really paying some attention to, and by we I mean certainly those who are working away at restorative justice in the mainstream system, and doing so drawing on immense wisdom and knowledge from Indigenous communities. But I think there is a worry that we will not pay attention to our relationships and ensuring that the ways in which we're moving forward for justice transformation are honoring and respecting that we're not, as the advice from the two-row wampum belt is, that we're not suddenly jumping in each other's vessels and trying to steer the ship or steer the canoe, nor are we taking up way too much space in terms of the chance to change the way justice is done. And so I have been spending a lot of time lately thinking about how can we make sure that that there is a deep understanding and respect for the connection to self-governance, to self-determination of Indigenous justice, as I heard said loud and clear yesterday, and I think is so important, so that we don't appropriate that or get in the way of that, but also so that we really take seriously how important the work is in the mainstream system to be transforming it through restorative justice, so that we can fulfill our responsibilities to reconciliation, right? So that we can make sure the system is decolonized, does less harm, isn't actually trying to control or create the conditions in which there is not honorable space for Indigenous justice to thrive on its own terms as part of self-determination and self-governance. but also, quite frankly, so that there is a recognition of the alignment of the what we're learning and what we're trying to do, and what we're trying to change with restorative justice efforts in the non-Indigenous justice system, so that we can be recognizing how much we owe and how much we need, the learnings and wisdoms that are emerging from your work in Indigenous justice and in understanding Indigenous law and life ways in ways that that we need to really change the justice system and ensure that we are changed by that knowledge and relationship, right? So I think there is a real need to be extremely careful in the ways in which we proceed with restorative justice, so that it's creating the capacity of the system to stop getting in the way of or causing harm to our relations and our justice relations. I think that is more likely to happen if we pay attention to restorative justice as interested in transforming how we understand justice, how we think about justice, rather than just focusing on restorative justice as a way that we might reform or tweak the current justice system, but not disrupt it, right? So I want to talk a little bit about what I think is going on in terms of restorative justice and the way we should approach it and the work that needs to be done so that it is transformative. And I think there'll be ways in which this resonates with and feels familiar to the kinds of challenges that we just heard Sherry talk about in terms of both what we want to aim for, strive for, and hope for, but also how much the current system and its structures can make that more difficult, or can limit how cases come and on what terms, and what the expectations are that make it harder to work in a different way for justice. So in Canada, we are facing a whole bunch of pieces of evidence and understandings that make us recognize the need for really fundamental transformation of how we think about justice, where and how it gets done, and what we need to do it well, what it needs to look and feel like. These will be familiar from you. The criminal justice system is, stunningly failing on just about every measure, from how fast it actually can respond. So the inordinate delays that wrap people up in this part of their lives and with the system for longer periods of time. The failure of access to justice, and by that I don't just mean there aren't enough lawyers and there aren't enough court dates. I mean there's not enough access to what is meaningful justice for people either. The criminal justice system is clearly prioritizing certain privileges and interests, and we can see that by who shows up as being over-policed and trapped in the legal system, and whose interests are protected because we recognize their harms more often. We clearly see these calls in the calls to action from the TRC, but also much before that in terms of the ways in which we are recognizing from the Marshall Inquiry, the Royal Commission, and the work of community-based Indigenous justice that have been showing us how harmful and ineffective the criminal justice system is. And we're seeing it on an international scale, where I spend quite a bit of time working with countries that are recovering from historic and long-standing harms and conflicts, and also at the UN level, and thinking about what peace building requires, and how we need to be thinking about how we change up how our responses to criminal matters. So I guess I think we aren't living up to our potential, or we're not dreaming the right dream when we often talk about restorative justice. We certainly have seen restorative justice programs, and I think sometimes, unfortunately, that's the kind of vision that the non-Indigenous system has of Indigenous justice as an alternative pathway, right? So the mainstream system still becomes the default. That's where we think everything goes. And then we have to find the right reasons and the right excuses, or we have to beg permission from the right people to refer cases and to see sort of these as off ramps. That's not insignificant. It has been hugely important as a way to at least ensure that we can protect people and take them out of the system. But it does leave us dependent upon the existing system and what matters to it and how it envisions justice to see ways that we might be able to create alternative programs or principles and refer. The next sort of level that we're seeing where there's some initial sort of hope and promise of thinking differently about justice, of a restorative approach to justice, is how it might be beginning to shift how we do things, but still how we reform and tweak things within the existing justice system model. And the third kind of option, and the one I think that we need more energy behind, which is, I think, why the relationship with Indigenous restorative justice rooted in self-determination and self-governance is a transformed, not dependent on non-Indigenous justice system. I love Don Jones's description of himself as a chief is like, I'm not used to asking, I just do. So we need way more of that. Like, if justice transformation needs anything, it needs a lot more of the just doing and doing fundamentally differently. And I think that's part of the promise and the hope that we might be able to work towards. If we do that, I think that has some implications, right? That we need to shift people's thinking if we're going to work in this different way from seeing this as just sort of alternatives, alternative measures or off ramps or alternative programs, or and we need to move beyond seeing them as just reforms within the system. So we might get a slightly less harmful court model, or we can move to these models. That work is really valuable and really important. So I don't mean any disrespect. We should honor the incredible journey that people have traveled in order to be able to make those changes, but we can't stop there. And we can't, I think there is risk in the way in which lots of this gets funded and organized and controlled, because it gets captured in some ways by programs that can be funded or defunded that have lifespans, rather than as the way I've experienced you talking about it today, and even, Sherry at the very end, like, this is actually the vision of a new justice center is not a vision of how we can tweak how the justice systems work. It's of an opportunity to reflect what justice must look and feel like and be for communities, to be driven by that. So I think we need to pay a lot of attention to the ways in which we seek this transformation, the ways in which we talk about restorative justice and Indigenous justice and how it relates to the mainstream system, so that we don't, I'm very fond of circles, but I'm not sure that going in circles, if it's busy work and if it's not actually transforming the direction we're moving justice in, or why we can't start to think, even as a starting position, why we can't start to talk and think not about off ramps from the criminal justice, but really to challenge the current justice system to have to defend itself in terms of why should we ever give a case over to the criminal justice system? On what basis? What can they do? Or in what circumstances can they do anything well? And why would we be starting there when we know how little a contribution it can make to that space for teaching, space for learning, space for planning, all wrapped up in unconditional love? None of those things are what the mainstream justice system can do, nor its logic. So I root the work in restorative justice, and I just offer you this because I think when we think about restorative justice as about thinking differently about justice, rooted in a more relational worldview, thinking about justice as just relations, then I think the alignment, the the discussions and the learnings and the support between restorative justice and Indigenous justice becomes much clearer than if we just look at these as models of practice. And so I talk about, and I'm going to share with you some of the work that's happening in Nova Scotia that's kind of connected by this idea of a restorative approach that is deeply rooted in this relational worldview, this commitment to justice as just relations, this idea that it isn't one size fits all. You do have to be responding. I loved how Sherry was saying it depends on who we call in and who's involved and what the situation requires and what we need, because we need to be responsive to the needs of the people. We need to put them at the center and the needs of the community and what's actually happened. And I think that's what we have been trying to do in Nova Scotia as we try to move people from like these fixed models of restorative justice practices towards this as an approach, a way of seeing, a way of understanding that can transform then what we think we're doing and then how we do it. And I think that's made the biggest difference, where we actually see us moving more towards transformation rather than getting caught up in the current system. So these are some of the principles that have driven as we try to think about, okay, so it's a relational approach. We look at things as just relations. Then what does that mean for what should guide us when we're trying to figure out what to do? In Nova Scotia, we've been trying to encourage people to really return to the teachings in this sense, right? To return to these principles that should guide us so that we can figure out together what to do. When we're trying to respond restoratively or work for justice in this way. And these are some of the guiding principles about how do we know what to do, right? We should always be paying attention to things in a relational way, right? So we're always trying to connect the dots. That means we can't just look at an incident and not pay attention to who else and what else is connected to that, because that matters for how we need to understand what happened and what we can do about it and how we can support people to be reflecting on what they need to do. That it really does matter that we create justice centers and justice processes where people can come, right? Where we're thinking about not just including people, but including people in meaningful ways so that what they bring can make a difference. And there's so much to learn in the ways in which elders are part of Indigenous justice processes about the significance and importance of having people not just in the room, but in the room in a way that can make a difference to the outcome. We need to be responding and adapting however we work, right, to the needs of those involved. We can't just look like the criminal justice system does at individual accountability and responsibility. We need to understand the relationship of that to our collective responsibility, not so you can blame society, but because you can't understand or support people in carrying their responsibility if you don't know they carry that as part of a collective. And that's something that criminal justice system just doesn't and can't pay any attention to. And we do that by working in more collaborative and non-adversarial ways. And that doesn't mean that it's all nicey nice. I love that line, like, look, really got to ensure that people understand this isn't just a soft option, but working in non-adversarial ways actually opens up in ways that circle processes support our understanding of, opens us up to realize that there are way more than two sides to every story. And there's way more than two sides to the way forward in terms of who we need to be involving and engaging if we're going to move forward. If justice is about what happens next, if justice is found in our relationships as we go forward, rather than just in evening the scales on the way back. And so these are the principles that have really guided the couple of examples I thought that I would share with you today, in case they're inspiring or helpful, or you see some connection to the work you're going to be doing to try to create more comprehensive justice center built on the incredible work you've already been doing. So I thought I'd talk to you about three examples and things that are happening in Nova Scotia, because they illustrate certain ideas and certain ways of making sure that we work more closely and intensely with community, and that we are building those relationships so that we can really achieve justice for the people at the center of things, and also transform the way we think and do justice on a system-wide basis. So one is this restorative inquiry. It was a public inquiry that Nova Scotia held starting in 2014, and it finished in 2019. I was one of the commissioners on it, but also was supportive of the various parties who came together to design it. And it was looking at a historic institution in Nova Scotia. So I'll tell you a little bit about that. I thought I'd tell you a bit about what's happening in the Nova Scotia Restorative Justice Program, which is a program that developed in Nova Scotia in 1999 in a pilot way and extended across the province for young people, and has since 2016 taken on ensuring that restorative justice is accessible at all stages of the criminal justice process for adults as well. But some kind of key learnings we've had that I think resonate with some of the things you're hearing from us over the last couple of days about what does success really require if we're going to do this in a collaborative way, and if we're going to be innovative and make sure we're successful at that. And then talk to you a little bit about this this place and space that I'm coming to you from, which we call the Restorative Research, Innovation and Education Lab, which is really just part of one step in a scheme that many of us who are trying to stay together and work together to make this difference about what we've come to learn about how we can support each other in that work. So the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children was an institution in Nova Scotia that opened in 1921, and it operated till 2011. It has some similarities to the story of residential schools, which has been a longstanding part of my life and learning in terms of justice. When I was even like a baby, before I was a baby prof. I got to learn from AFN and from many of those who are moving forward on a response to residential schools. This institution was a child caring institution for predominantly African Nova Scotian children. It came about actually though and differently from residential schools as part of the community's solution for the problem of systemic racism, which meant that their children were not being served by any of the child welfare or child caring institutions. And so they had a dream that they could start an institution that would care for children, would involve the community, and would also be part of uplifting the community. Very quickly though, and this is where there is a similarity, that the institutions became sites of significant abuse and neglect, and in very painful ways, because many of the staff that worked there were also from the community. But in order to understand that story, and former residents raise their voices as survivors of residential schools have to say, our story is not just one of bad apples and one single institution. It actually is deeply reflective of the story of systemic and institutionalized racism in this province. And when we look at what happened here, we need to look at it in a way that is understanding that systemic story and making a difference to it. So one of the things I think that's interesting for our learning here, or for your efforts, is about how they envisioned creating a justice process steeped in restorative principles that could both look back, and this was their model, this bird statue was their talking piece when the former residents met long before they sort of really even knew anything about restorative justice. And their vision for justice was they wanted to journey forward into light. They didn't want to leave anybody behind. They didn't want to do any further harm. And they wanted to look back at what happened because they wanted to move forward. So this is the bird reaching its beak back, its neck back to gather an egg in its beak to learn that which we need to know and understand, collect the teachings from the past so that we can move forward in a good and better way. And that was their vision of justice. That was the purpose for these justice processes. They wanted to learn, to understand, to make a difference for others in the future. And they wanted to do that guided by this kind of promise and vision of justice. And that was the former residents' commitment, but that's what they challenged the government to say justice would look and feel like for them. So they didn't want some public inquiry that was about them without them. They didn't want justice processes that were about calling people out. They talked about it in the language of no name and shaming and blaming. That's going to get us nowhere, and it's not going to help us. It won't make us feel better. We actually need to be able to move forward to call people into this conversation. And I think in many ways, that's true for you within in the opportunity within Indigenous justice processes, but it's also true of the relationship that you need to be able to have with governments and other partners so that you can challenge them to be called into supporting the work without kind of taking it over or without absorbing it into their systems. So they designed, and I just raised this to your attention because I think where you're dealing with some of the historic or more systemic issues, I was interested with the Treaty 3 submission, for example, even to the Ipperwash inquiry, where one of the things that struck me, that's always stuck with me, that they said was, you know, we're not moving anywhere until you actually acknowledge that your justice system has committed, you know, violence and harm. And so there are ways in which working alongside the system without this work to call these conversations and processes about naming the injustices and harms of the system, but just having to work with people, crowns, police, and others as referral sources with no acknowledgement of their responsibility to be referring because of the harm the system causes is a real issue. And so this was one model and one piece of work of calling people into different conversations to then change their behavior about how their systems would work or relate in the future. So this seems really familiar from what Sherry was describing in terms of the approach that they take to supporting Indigenous restorative processes in their community justice work. To think about the real importance of these elements of the work that the circle supports and that the work before and following up from the circle supports. And so the inquiry tried to work in this way on a larger scale. The whole inquiry for years and years worked this way, and in all of the processes that we undertook, where we prioritized building relationships, which wasn't just making sure everybody got along, although, you know, it was important that people could meet and know one another and see one another in ways that systems sometimes don't allow them to, and certainly the silos of government don't, but also they could really come to understand, how am I related to this history, to this situation, to the obligations and relationships here to make them better, to really start to do that kind of work. And I love the image of the kind of space that work takes. So thinking about the island not as a banishment, but sending people or creating that space for people to be able to talk with others, hear teachings, reflect and learn. I found that really profoundly helpful in terms of thinking about the importance of this work. And then the process really believes that learning and understanding and being able to hear and receive teachings from one another is the catalyst for change. That is what justice requires. That is how we move forward. And so the process was designed to call people into those sorts of processes and to be really explicit that that was the intention, rather than investigating others, you know, as you might think of in a traditional inquiry. And then really to commit during the process of the inquiry that people could carry their responsibilities, individual and collective, by being part of planning to take action and taking action in real time. Know better, do better, and the process needed to support people to begin that process of doing better together. And so taking that in the traditional criminal justice system, right, and in justice processes, we often think there's a sentence and then people go about the work of doing justice. And here we were trying to say, part of what we're doing together is that work of justice, and we need to value it like that and pay attention to it like that, and we need to set ourselves up to continue walking in that way after the process. So there's a report and videos, really some great videos that accompany the report, hearing from the voices of of those who participated and envisioned that process, and thinking about how we might bring this understanding of justice to the system in this different way. But there were also ways in which that process was profoundly impactful, because it has set Nova Scotia on a path. Like, instead of having a list of recommendations or the equivalent of a sentence, it had a pathway that it charted. It said, if we want to start to do different and be different, what do we need to be doing? How do we need to be working differently? And one of the really important calls for change, where they said this is one of the conditions if we're going to think about justice differently, was this, what the inquiry described as a shift to being human-centered. Right? What is required of us if we're going to be thinking about justice in a relational way, as just relations? What kind of a shift is that? Well, it's a shift that stops putting systems at the center and everybody looking at what the system needs, but instead puts people in all their relations at the center. And so the inquiry identified some of the ways we currently watch systems work that will have to change as part of the work to be done. And it strikes me that some of this will likely be some of the issues that you encounter in terms of our deep-seated ways in which these relationships have impacted us through colonialism, but also the relationship with the mainstream system and what they value, and how we need to name that they need to shift what they value if we're going to be able to move towards a different kind of justice. And so some of these things may seem, like pretty familiar descriptions. Current justice and systems are siloed, are fragmented, they're not integrated and holistic. They focus on accountability rather than on what we owe to one another, right? So really focused on blame and liability rather than problem solving. All individually focused. You broke the law, you will be the person to blame, rather than thinking in more complicated, holistic, community-based ways. Really worried about risk, and not risk to people, risk to systems, rather than focused on the harm and what we owe to address it. More oriented around defending themselves when they make decisions, rather than being open to learning about what the impacts of that are. Valued and structured to value compliance. We all know that, whether we've gotten a grant or whether we've been in a community criminal court, instead of being able to trade rather than on transactional, but trusting relationships, and not so good at sharing power. So really needing to think differently about sharing power. So I wonder if that's where I might pick up, just telling you a teeny bit about what we're doing for restorative justice in Nova Scotia, maybe as an invitation to more conversations, if there's any way that we can learn from you as you build and journey forward from all the great work you're doing towards the Justice Center and what it might look and feel like, but if there's also any ways in which we can be good fellow travelers. So Nova Scotia's wound up taking a restorative approach in a whole bunch of places and spaces. And underlying that is this common kind of commitment to a different way of seeing justice and a different way of working. So of course, I'm going to tell you a little bit about our Nova Scotia Restorative Justice Program. We also have been doing work in the youth facility, which is located in Waterville, so in corrections, and in some of the adult facilities. We have about 100+ schools that are taking a restorative approach, and they do that on the everyday and not just in the office and to discipline or punishment. We've taken a restorative approach to think about senior safety and elder abuse at the Human Rights Commission, to workplace conflict. We had a moment where we almost convinced the lawyers they should start acting more restoratively when it had to do with themselves. So that worked for a hot minute. It didn't stick though, but it's an interesting model. We certainly have responded on campuses, and the inquiry I told you about, we're currently revisioning what we might do to address sport, maltreatment in sport differently, and think about safe sport in the province, and we're trying to build restorative communities. So key for us in terms of what's made the difference is really thinking about relationships and connections, and that they be done in an honorable way that reflects those kind of values of a restorative approach. So we've had to think about how not to do. So how we fall into those kind of trap systems. So service provider agreements as models of relationship with community are really awful. But it's hard to find other models. So we've been trying to build a different kind of way of sharing power, of insisting that the government cannot control the program and then shape its relationship with community that way, but needs to work differently. And we've done that through a governance committee. And I think we're on a journey for that. Some years it works great, then we falter a bit, and then we get back on the path. And we've had a memorandum of understanding that's really committed not to how we will transactionally, what we owe to each other, but what we're doing together, that we're committed to this different way of doing justice. And we all have responsibilities in that, which is a very different way of writing a memorandum of understanding. The government regularly struggles with some of these different ways of working. And then we tried to find some space outside of government and outside of those power relations that could kind of hold the space. That's kind of what we do at the lab, right? Hold the space where people can convene and they're not on each other's turf, and that can keep driving this idea of innovation because it's, you know, we're harder to fire. We have less risk of our funding being pulled. You know, we kind of run a mile with the power a university turf can give you. And so we've been that place and space where people can come to learn and innovate. So these are some of the ways in which we've tried to talk differently about what government might do. They do have some responsibilities. They do need to be ensuring access to justice across our province. They do need to facilitate and support the structures where there can be meaningful collaboration. They do need to get out of the way and ensure others get out of the way for communities to be able to work. And then we think about communities really holding, animating and implementing the program, being knowledge holders, being those who facilitate process, and being key, and they hold the legitimacy to these justice processes, because without them, we're not actually having faith and being willing to participate in them. And in Nova Scotia, we have had a really important and formative relationship with Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network and their customary law, both a learning and mutual aid and support relationship, so that we try to be learning and supporting one another and creating space. I'm not going to walk through all these slides. I'm going to give them to you, which is why I put them in the slideshow. This is a little bit more detail on how we tried to put some words around this memorandum of understanding that would have stakeholders and those connected to the justice system kind of step into their responsibilities in the program in a different way. So it isn't like the community agencies always begging for referrals and thinking it's their program and others are referring to it. How can we get the system to think of this as their responsibility and their program? And this was some of that language. We've shifted our eligibility over the last 20 years of learning, and we have finally arrived at a place where the protocols say all matters are eligible for referral at all levels. So we're not scaling less serious to more serious, and that we are insisting, you know, the proof is in the pudding about how you can lead people to water, but now we have to figure out how to help them drink. But at least in the protocols, there's a clear requirement of police, Crown, and corrections that they shall consider all matters for referral, which we're hoping flips the question from, is this okay for restorative justice, to why wouldn't I use restorative justice here? Or why would I use the criminal justice system? And so this outlines this eligibility in terms of being really clear that responsibility is not the same as guilt, that you can't just send cases that you otherwise couldn't prosecute. So all of what we heard from Sherry and her team. And here I think is the other thing that's useful as a slide. This is our factors for referral. And this is really trying to create this paradigm shift, this different way of thinking for the system, where they become obligated and responsible, following on that memorandum of understanding, to really think about the reasons that you should be using these kinds of processes, right? More culturally appropriate. This is the way we're going to reduce harm for direct parties. This is how victims will participate. So this requires them to turn their mind to these things when they see a case and say, how can I do right on these fronts? So we're trying to do both education and shifting in that transformative way of how people think about things. So if they think differently, they might do differently. And so we've made sure that this is part of the sort of learning that we're hoping to transform the system with through the protocols. So when we think about supporting and accelerating restorative justice, some of this might ring true to you. One of the things that gets in our way is pilots that are funded one day and not the next, and you spend all your energy trying to find funding for the next time or evaluate the last time. And so we really have been advocating that we need a very different way of providing support, resources, and funding if we're going to be transformative. We need to be supporting learning by doing. So we need to be able to blaze trails and learn as we go, and not imagine we have to get everything perfect on a pilot, defend it, and then replicate it, because that's not actually how we change whole systems. We have identified that we need some legislative changes to make this work. They maybe aren't the kind people think. They're not just for new programs or provisions. It's we need to embed fundamentally different principles at the core of the criminal justice system so their heart beats for the right things. And so that it isn't just principles and sentencing, but we have people start to think differently. We did that in youth criminal justice, and it helped us make a difference faster. And we need the same kind of attention to what are the principles underlying the criminal justice system. We need to move beyond restorative justice or Indigenous justice as alternative pathways and start thinking about them as the justice pathway, and requiring the system to kind of find its place in that or not. And we need to do that by recognizing that one of the outcomes of that is that justice will stop being done only in the justice system. That actually, once you start to see justice this way, you see it needs to be done everywhere. And that's why that big long list in Nova Scotia for elders, for schools, right? So the lab, the last thing I'll say to you is, why did we start a lab? Not because anybody needs another academic center for anything. I'm pretty clear that there's lots of those. We did it as a bit of a scheme. We recognized that the ways that helped us be successful in Nova Scotia was that we sort of had this informal team RJ. You know, the people you call and know will pick up the phone, the people who, when there's a big hard problem, step toward it instead of backing up, who think if we're ever going to figure it out, we're going to just have to try to do it. And we were all doing that in informal ways, which are really powerful and off the side of our desks. But it also became harder to not get busy with other things, to find each other in this process, to be able to call other people into this work and build their capacity. And so we started to think, what can we do to make this sustainable? What can we do to support the kind of team RJ, the loosely formed team RJ? And we thought about a lab. To be perfectly frank, we thought about a lab because it's hard for the university to colonize a lab. They understand what labs do in science, and they kind of leave them alone with their beakers and test tubes to do that. They have no idea what a lab does when we're about social change and innovation, where we're going to actually like bring the people in and create space and time to try different and learn differently. And so because they don't really know what to do with us, they let us just kind of get away with being a place for change, being a place for scheming and dreaming and doing. And so that's what we do. And we try to do that to bring people together and support a shared understanding. So there's just legwork to do every time someone comes new to it to kind of help them understand and be able to be part of something. We're trying to support under the auspices sometimes of the university where we can get away with it, trying to do trailblazes where we can like just try to do different and learn. It doesn't have to be perfect, and we can figure out what fails and what works in real time and tweak it and learn as we go, rather than these, I'll present the pilot and then I'll defend how right I am. And we're trying to create space to do what we know works, which is people learn not by out-of-the-box training, but they learn by helping them do. And we're trying to bring people together into a shared kind of mission and opportunity, which sounds a lot like what you're able to do in the Justice Center. And so I wonder if the Justice Center, in the way that I heard Sherry talking about it, strikes me as if you approach it as this kind of a lab, as a place people come to learn, to understand, and to make it matter in real time. Then I wonder if that becomes one of the catalysts for a real transformation. I'm going to stop. I'll stop there.
Miigwetch. I think there's a number of questions online. Is there?
Yeah, we got a few questions here. I'll start off with the first one. What is the one thing you could think of? Okay, what is the one thing that you could think of to make it an inclusive and equitable criminal justice system for Indigenous peoples?
Well, my cheeky answer is make it an Indigenous justice system. So I'm not sure that our objective, I know why our short-term objective is because people are trapped in the criminal justice system, we need to make it less harmful. And so I think, you know, the ways in which we could do that is to shift people's use of the criminal justice system and to ensure that there are mandates and responsibilities for the justice system to change around the people rather than having to help the people navigate the justice system. But my larger scale answer is we need to change public policy to assume that the goal we should be working towards is including Indigenous people in the criminal justice system. It's not working for anybody. And we certainly have much more to gain from ensuring that many robust Indigenous justice systems are nurtured and grow and support, because that's going to be the thing that transforms the criminal justice system for everybody if we learn and listen. In the short term, I think it is about ensuring that there is an obligation at every stage of the criminal justice system to be asking where else can this go for meaningful justice? And to be ensuring, and when they look around and the answer is nowhere, that should be prompting the kind of funding and investment to ensure that we don't have to answer, or there's nowhere else to go next time. So, so I'm not sure that's a complete short-term answer. I mean, the short-term answer is educate people to know where they should be looking for the community for solutions. And even if the programs don't exist, start supporting the solutions in the community in ad hoc ways that can grow into programs.
Thank you for that answer. Our next question, do you have examples of communities, organizations you've assisted in which restorative justice has been highly effective? If so, what did that look like?
Yeah, lots and lots and lots. So what I love about the question is it asks about the organization and not just their program. So I would say that, so we have 9 community justice agencies in Nova Scotia who are funded and have been longstanding partners for the last 20 years in the restorative justice program. And over time, it changes over time, but over time, some have been much better in terms of the work that they do, the leadership they do, the kind of transforming how justice looks and feels in their communities than others. And one of the things that has made the difference when, you know, in these ebbs and flows is whether or not they took seriously that they need to approach how they work using these same restorative principles. So some of them work a lot more like their primary focus is their transactional relationship with the system, and they forget about the ways in which they are working with and including their community and thinking about the larger systemic issues. They don't manage their staff using these principles. They don't think about the ways in which they solve their own problem this way, and they get, to sort of use Sherry's words again, kind of caught up in doing things in the way the mainstream system does way easier, because they don't have a shared sense of who they are and the difference they're trying to make, and they don't model it every day. The ones that have worked really, really well that way take the time to think about how their board operates that way, how they regularly check in and seek authority and legitimacy from the community, how they're constantly learning and understanding, so they're not defensive about the processes they use. They're constantly trying to hear from others about what they're working for and when. So for sure, that's true. Some of the most powerful examples we've gotten of how transformative that is has actually come from working with schools. And so where we have seen schools take on a restorative approach only in the office and only to discipline, the impact of those changes has been, felt by a very small group, and it's only served one purpose. Where we've watched schools, so one of the more powerful examples, the big high school here in Halifax, and when they started to figure out what a restorative approach might mean to the way they thought about just relations in their building, they figured out, rather than their assumption, which had been, oh, this is about what punishments are doled out in the office and what we do when things go wrong, which it is, but they realized that things were starting to go wrong literally at the front door, with the ways in which they were engaging and greeting kids in the morning, which is they weren't greeting them. They were standing on guard at the door to catch people coming in late. They were surveilling the halls to find problems. And you find what you look for. And what they insisted their staff to do is to look for different things in the hall, to take different opportunities, and to stand at the front door to care that when people start their day, they're seen and heard and recognized and welcomed, rather than standing there to catch who's late. In the first 8 months of them making that simple change about how and why teachers and admin were in the halls and how they greeted people in the morning, the first notable outcome was how teachers related to one another. So how they showed up differently to staff meetings, the stories they told about their students, the ways in which they saw their jobs, and visits to the school nurse for mental health issues, for anxiety, mental health issues, decreased by 83%. So I think it does have to do with the places and spaces and how your organization rolls and how you work for justice, how you model justice, rather than just the programs that are implemented.
Thank you again, Jennifer. And for our last question here, what collaborations, connections are key for restorative justice? How do we support and build these collaborations and relationships?
Yeah, so I think in the short term, those collaborations, maybe I'll go back to John Jones's description about what it is that justice needs to look and feel like in terms of, I think his phrase was, it's an opportunity for teaching and an opportunity for listening. And that kind of justice is, I think, the intention with which you have to step into partnerships and collaborations. So if you don't prioritize space to build those relationships, so our connection to one another, our understanding of our mutual and shared connection to the issues, our responsibilities to one another, and sort of create the conditions for who are we to one another in relationship to one another and in relationship to this work, so that we are committed to it. And then insist that we take the time on the regular to be learning, supporting that teachings, understanding, and learning. That is the only foundation, I think, for successful collaboration and work. And I think we skip to the end way too quickly. We have funding relationships and contracts, and we don't examine the relationships, and we switch people out on the committees all the time. So the other thing I would say is there needs to be commitment over periods of time for those who are trying to build relationships and learn and understand differently, to work differently, that they don't treat this like a transactional relationship or like committee or process where they just switch people out all the time, so that there is no opportunity for learning, there is no opportunity for progress. So I think the conditions and expectations and commitments that are set, and they need to be framed in relational terms so that people understand them that way, which is very different than we normally frame them. I think those really matter to success. And then I think we need to write those commitments down so that people can be held to them when the ways of working and the ways of sharing power work. One of the profound things, and then I'll stop, that made a difference for the restorative inquiry was that the government started, so they did this thing that governments do. They decided that they were going to have to settle this matter because there was an ongoing civil suit, class action suit. And so they brought the former residents in together with their academic-y friend, me, and said, okay, so what do you want? Like, you want this public inquiry. Tell us what it's going to look like. We'll go away, design it, and you can have it. And they said, no, we're not going to do that. Then they said, okay, we'll give money to Llewellyn, and she can go away and design a restorative one and tell us what it'll be. And I said, well, I can't do that. Like, how would I do that? You need to bring the people. You can't just build it and it will work. You need to bring the people who are committed to transforming the way they're going to work together on this justice problem and move forward, because they got to be in it together from the beginning, and you got to build it through designing it together. And so we facilitated a process. And the one thing that made that work was that the government was in the process. They weren't standing back waiting for the process to be done and then judging it and deciding if they would allow it. So we said, you have to authorize, you have to put your chips on the table. You can be part of the process, but then whatever the process decides that you're part of is what's going to happen. You don't then get a second kick at the can at judging whether you're going to do what's planned. And they did that. They shared that power. They committed to that outcome. They showed up. The deputy to the premier showed up every week to that design process with others, and was vulnerable and transparent about what he thought he could do or not do, about what they were worried about, and they figured it out together, so that by the time they started the public inquiry with a council of commissioners drawn from the community and from former residents and from the government, they had already built the relationships that were key to that success. And to being able to leverage those relationships of trust to include other people in this work in a different way. And so I think power sharing and I think being explicit about the importance of doing the relationship and trust building work as the work, not as something you do and then do the work.
I have a question. I appreciate what you've talked about, but I have difficulty swallowing that. And what I mean by difficulty in swallowing that is that Canada only signed UNDRIP in 2021. And in signing UNDRIP, it includes a whole bunch of transformative measures that would change the situation for Indigenous people in Canada. This includes justice and child welfare and many other education, language, you name it, it all fits under UNDRIP, because what UNDRIP did was it amalgamated all the research, all the commission reports, MMIW, the TRC, and we know that the TRC recommendations have a failing grade at this point in time. We also know that MMIW recommendations, their recommendations are gathering dust, nothing being done about it. And you're saying that the government is engaging our people? I have a hard time swallowing that one, because it boils down fundamentally to funding resources to the communities. And if UNDRIP was to do its job, perhaps a lot of these programs would not have any difficulty with funding. Maybe there would be changes in the justice system. And many of those recommendations that are in the TRC and MMIW would be fully implemented. I had to speak to that because in 2021, there's been very little action on any of them. Miigwetch.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah, absolutely. So I wasn't actually, I should have been clearer. I wasn't actually suggesting that the government, I think I agree with everything you just said. What I was saying is in this one example in Nova Scotia, exactly what you're calling for was the only thing that made the difference. So this restorative public inquiry worked and worked differently than all of our other failed attempts at reports and promises, and it worked because it put power on the table, because it put devolved money and authority on the table in an unusual way. Like, and it hasn't happened since. So I think I hold that up as an example to say it is possible, and it is exactly what we would need to do, but it isn't happening. And I think my worry is that we need to be very, very careful about how we use or misuse restorative justice in the mainstream system, or the ways in which the mainstream system might engage with the work of Indigenous justice. Because I'm worried they're gonna colonize it too. And in fact, I think that is happening with lots of the ways in which restorative justice is being controlled or funded, a program here or a program there. I think it needs to be a much more radical commitment to justice transformation. And we do know what that would take. It's not rocket science. And we do have a guide in UNDRIP. And so I would say absolutely that would be the point I think I want to make is, if we're going to make any kinds of, if we can help as those who are working and care about restorative justice and justice transformation, we need to be very careful that the ways that we're pursuing that change is ensuring that money goes to the community, following the pathways that are set out very clearly for us in UNDRIP, changing the assumptions about what justice needs to look and feel like. So, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. And I think that is the risk. If there's any opportunity of contributing to the embrace of UNDRIP, I think we need to be approaching both restorative justice and the way in which we align and partner and support the handing back power that was taken over just to communities.
Thank you.
Oh, Miigwetch, Jennifer, any other questions from the table? We dealt with the online questions. I hear stomachs growling. Okay, Jennifer, thank you very much for your presentation. Look forward to seeing you again, and perhaps we'll meet in the future sometime.
Thanks so much.
Miigwetch. Okay, lunchtime, break time, come back about 1 o'clock or so. Miigwetch.
Yeah? Holy cow.
Oh, bonjour. Bonjour, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. We're just waiting for the presentation to load up. I'll say my bonjours again because you didn't hear me the first time. After the gathering, I'm told that we have some gifts to present. And Alicia is going to do a, well, Vanna White, he's going to do where you spin the wheel and the lucky person, the name will be, arrow will be directed in that direction? Okay. Okay, moving on with the agenda, we have some presentations from the
You have her right? Vanna White, isn't it? Not Labana.
Kaakewaaseya, that's how I pronounce it too, where justice integrating traditional ways to enhance services. The indigenous support team includes Cassandra, Robert, Kelly, and I think Allison is going to be online. Oh, so here's Cassandra.
Hello everyone, my name is Cassandra Buns and I'm the team lead for the Indigenous Support Network. I'm grateful to be here today and honored that this gathering is taking place in my home community, Couchiching First Nation. I am a mother of 5 beautiful children who have been fortunate enough to be raised within their community with a strong connection to their culture and community. The mission of the Indigenous Support Network aims to create safe spaces, allowing those to feel and be present to live with purpose and meaning through a heart-centered approach toward all life, while utilizing the 7 teachings to govern themselves in a way that promotes positivity, acceptance, and growth. We believe in helping those achieve individualized success by supporting our clients for as long as they need, assisting, helping, and navigating beyond the justice system Tamino Bawatwe is in. It's a good path. My team provides support to those who are working toward their journey on the good path by supporting their goals, parenting, schooling, employment, and their physical and spiritual wellness, as well as their connection to their community, land, culture, and ceremony. I do want to acknowledge my team and the meaningful work they carry out daily. Each member has their own journey and reasons why they are helpers. And if the Creator gave me the opportunity to build my team from scratch, this is the team that I would build. They all have their own way of delivering services at a community level, and I'm proud of them. The work that they put forward is what I needed as a young girl and somebody who has also experienced violence. Our work here is guided by and designed to meet the needs of the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. So some of the things we do are develop and implement local strategies to increase the awareness of the issues and reality of lived experiences of survivors of violence. Explain the operation of the justice systems in order to provide the individual with a holistic understanding of the case. Provide clients with the tools, knowledge, and guidance for self-empowerment. Ensure clients have direct access to trauma-informed, culturally appropriate services. We act as a liaison and maintaining networks to advocate for the needs and interests of our clients. We identify gaps in services and procedures for clients, provide input, suggestions, and ideas on improvements to protocols and procedures. We do this by 4 key elements. Accessibility, by creating safe spaces and accessible resources and services through one-to-one client, family, and community support. Sustainability, by assisting individuals, families, and communities in accessing culturally relevant supports that are available to them, including within the context of immediate crises. Support, by understanding colonialism in the making of Canada and anti-Indigenous racism and the mental health impacts of Indigenous families and their children. Accountability, by proactively focusing on actions to eliminate systemic racism, including removing systemic barriers and navigating through the racial inequities in service. What is considered a life-altering circumstance? Suicide, homicide, loss of a child, domestic abuse, sexual abuse, mental, emotional, spiritual, or financial abuse, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, human trafficking, assault, elder and child abuse, stalking and harassment, fraud and e-crimes, break and enters, collisions, generational trauma, family crisis, hate crimes, and racism and natural disasters. So what is expected of participants? The Indigenous Support Network will do an intake with each participant as well as a plan to the good path. The participant is responsible for carrying out the tasks with the assistance of the ISN navigator. The program is client-driven and services are in place while active participation occurs. Who qualifies for the program? Individuals who are victims of crime and those who have witnessed a crime or traumatic life-altering circumstance. How is a person referred to the ISN program? Our services are participant-driven and can be accessed through self-referral. We do not require a direct referral from a servicing agency. When a referral is made by someone other than the participant, the Indigenous Support Network will make contact with the client and ask if they would like to proceed with services. Our office hours are from 9 to 4:30, Monday to Friday, and we have locations in Kenora, Dryden, Fort Francis, Lac Seul, and Grassy Narrows. It's important in our roles that those we service understand that they are not what happened to them, they are what they choose to become. With a strong support system and connection to culture, language, and land, your spirit connects, and that's where our strength comes from. And before ending, I just want to thank our admin team for putting together this gathering, and if we could all give a round of applause for Alicia McLeod, Danielle Cameron, and Winnie Boucher. Thank you. What? What do you want me to do? Call who? No, I'm done now, so the next presentation would be Rob.
Okay, Robert, come on up. Glad You Services expert. Who's do that? Yeah.
Bonjour. Welcome. So I'm Robert Nelson. I'm the Gladu Services team lead. I've been a part of Grand Council since about 2015. A little bit about myself. I came to this area in 2001, fell in love with this area. I currently live in Kenora and I have a dog. Her name is Lexi. So Gladu Services, on average, we produce about 50 Gladu reports a year. And I'll just introduce myself in the language. This is new for me. I tried to memorize this, so I couldn't do it. So I just put it on the screen. Robert, Indigenous, Lunu, Indigo, Raven, Dodem, Nisga'a Nation, and Dunjaba. And every time I do this, I try to put the English in there as well because I know there's a continuum in the language, and I'm on that. Some people are fluent speakers, other people are just learning like me. This will be included in the slide. So if anybody else wants to do this and get used to speaking in the language, this is a good way to do it. So justice, what does that mean? So when we're doing our Gladu reports, what do we do? So basically what it boils down to is we're in the business of creating healing opportunities and making meaningful connections. So who do we do it for? We do it for Treaty 3 community members in conflict with the criminal justice system. And through this work, we can apply it to many different areas in our communities. So we also do ADR, like Child Family Services, and MNRF charges as well. So so we know we do it for the Treaty 3 community members, but what do they get out of it? And I'll let my coworkers answer that. So basically, because every person is different, and each one of them comes, and each one is unique, so their needs are unique as well at the same time. So the biggest part here is, what does Kaakewaaseya get out of it? Like, why do we have so many workers interested in making these meaningful connections? And hopefully by the end of the presentation, I'll have answered that question for you. So basically what we're hoping to do is, by the end of this, you'll know who we are, what we do, who we do it for, what they get out of it, and what does Grand Council get out of it. So, justice. It's about learning and healing, and that's very different than our mainstream counterparts. Gitchi Manado. Wait, I heard this word earlier. The elder was mentioning it. And it's Anishinaabe for the great mystery. So what is the great mystery? The Creator gifted us time for a corporeal existence. So as I was a spirit before I came here to this corporeal existence, the Creator, I had to sit down with him, and he said to me, Giwabma, it means in Anishinaabe, because I translated this into Anishinaabe, look at you, poor creature. That means my spirit, something about my spirit was very interested in this work. Something about justice drew me here. And so you'll find that the people that we attract into our Justice Department are very similar. So you'll hear them describe themselves as helpers, for example. So where are we going? Can everybody see that? So we know that there was a big investment in Treaty 3, and the focus was on children and stripping away all this stuff from children. So we want to go back to that. So the question is always, how do we get there? So we have our Gladue writers, and we also have our aftercare workers. And so I'm going to introduce our Gladue writers first. So basically, they start off with a conversation. We get a referral from the Defense Council, and at some point, the person's going to be making an appearance before a judge. Here's the beginning of it. You were born into a world that existed before you. For example, the residential school system viewed the Anishinaabe culture and spiritual belief system as inferior and equal. So knowing your family, our writers document at least 3 generations. We know that there was a concentration of residential schools in this area. And so the initial interview, basically, we're trying to flesh that out. So we'll ask questions, for example, is any of your family members attend a residential school or an Indian day school? And as soon as the person says yes, and we put it into the report, that person is now considered a survivor. And if it was not them directly that went to the school, then their family members become intergenerational trauma survivors. So our first writer is?
Me, okay. Hello, Buju. My name's Kaylin Archibald. I'm a Gladue writer. I've been writing Gladue reports for about 3 years and a couple of months. Rob had asked us to share a success story that we've had, and I couldn't really think of anything specific to my clients per se, but just generally over the course of writing Gladue reports, what I've noticed is more often than not, the clients have a really, they're very disconnected from the culture. And then through the Gladue process and the interview process and asking them questions about like, well, what do you feel like you can do for yourself to kind of heal and begin your healing journey? They often identify reconnecting with the culture as something that they feel they should do for themselves in order to be the best version of themselves, or just kind of work towards that. And And then another success that I have found as a GLEDU writer is giving my clients the opportunity to share their story where they might otherwise not have that chance to. I think there's a lot of healing in storytelling. I think it's very validating to share your story and for it to just be listened to wholeheartedly, and ultimately just be considered before the courts prior to their sentencing, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think those are a couple successes that I've had. So I'll pass the mic over to the other writer.
So one of the things that we're doing is when we're asking questions is we're trying to document that broken path into adulthood. Like I already shared that we know that the residential schools were here and there was an investment, and you can judge, you know, the government, for example, on that investment. Like we had a number of schools here that were designed to break those connections from in families, the connections to the cultures and the communities. So we document that stuff in our GLADU reports. And oftentimes we have this theme of this broken path into adulthood and what that looks like. And so, for example, we had a young lady here yesterday, a presenter, who, you know, she really tried to share with us like some of the stuff. So we've written GLADU reports for individuals like her in Treaty 3, for example. So the mother would have undiagnosed, unresolved mental health issue, and the children grow up in that environment and they're not even aware. And so because they're not aware, they spend their lives fighting against this. They don't even know what they're fighting it for. Eventually they start to get exhausted and it gets the best of them. And we talk about that, how you go from being a victim of these things to all of a sudden, and one day you become an offender. And there's a continuum there from victim to offender. So children taken away from everything they loved, their families, their communities, their culture. Sadly, many grew up lost as adults, trying to figure out who they are and how they fit into the world. We call this the lost tribe or the stolen generation. So one of the things that the writers do is when we get that information right at the beginning of what is your connection to the culture, the communities, but that more importantly, was there residential schools, CAS in your family? We want to start to corroborate that stuff so we know we're already planning at the very early stage by the end of the report. So when the person makes their appearance before the judge, we have a plan for that person. Our next writer.
So my name is Alyssa Strand, and I have been here for about a year and a half now, a little over a year and a half. And where I was before, I'm a licensed social worker, and I just felt like I wasn't helping. I was in child protection, and I just felt like where we were at, we weren't helping people. And when I came across the Glad You Writer program, I am now able to share people's story and become an advocate for them. And that was a really big piece of where I wanted to be in my career. So it's been rewarding for me to be able to share that and to support people through the system and really become part of their lives, because they continue to connect with us all the time. So it's actually been a pretty big honor to work with some of these people and hear their story and be part of their healing. That's all.
Miigwetch. So justice is learning, and as we're doing these reports on, like I said, on average we do about 50 reports a year, we're always constantly learning. Every time we come across an issue, an unresolved issue that a Treaty 3 community member has, we'll be putting in the relevant, meaningful, specific research directly into that report. Because learning doesn't just apply to us here in Treaty 3, it also applies to our justice partners. So as we get towards the end of our report, we have our GLADU writers who've uncovered these roots, as we call them, these roots of trauma. We want to make sure we acknowledge every single one of those roots. So by the time the person's finished the process, they would have addressed all of those root causes of trauma. So one of the things that I'll say to people is the type of conversations we're going to be having with them is they're going to be emerging as slightly different people. My coworker has already shared that when they ask about traumas, it may actually be the very first time in their life that they've actually had somebody listen to them and actually hear them about their traumas and the things they've been living with. And so the the way I can describe it is like a fish in water, and if the water is toxic, they can't see it. They just keep on swimming around in it thinking that it's normal. And I think the lady did a really good job where she showed her child brain and her adult mind trying to figure these things out. And she just wasn't aware that, wow, my whole entire life I struggled against this thing. I couldn't quite actually see it. So the most difficult thing for a fish to see is the water that it's swimming in, even if it's toxic. So the community member that I find is the most successful, because this is a strength-based program, it's about learning. And it's about the people have to have that open mind, willingness to learn and listen themselves in that kind spirit, kije, that, okay, I have these issues and I need to deal with them. So that's the person we find is most successful in our programs. Next part, aftercare. Who's our first aftercare?
Hi, my name's Christy. I am an aftercare worker in Kenora, and my story is a little similar to Alyssa's, actually. I used to work at a youth jail, and I just found that I wasn't able to help people in the way that I wanted. I wanted that continuation, and with the way that the Glad You program has been restructured recently, when Kaylin and Alyssa get their reports, as soon as they have kind of enough information and we can start making the recommendations, they can immediately connect clients to us, and we're able to just help them with the things that they feel that they need, rather than try and force them the way that our Western justice system would want you to. So rather than saying, you have to go do this, you have to go do that, you have to go do this, or having the client say freak out because they were supposed to stay sober on their probation order, but of course addiction is addiction, and it's not just like a switch you can flick and turn it off. They're able to come to us and get some help before it becomes a problem for them and they get a breach. And I just find that it's a much more well accepted by clients type of situation, because they're willing to come to us. They know that we're here to help them. They know we're not going to do anything to try and make their situation worse. And they know that we're available if and when they need us. So it's really nice to be able to build relationships with clients, know their story, and be able to offer them ways to heal. And I think the biggest success stories that I can think of find their most complete healing once they reconnect to the culture. They get involved in ceremony, and you can see them kind of go from, I'm managing and I'm not breaching and I'm dealing with my issues, to dealing with it with an ease once they get back into participating in ceremony. So that is kind of my spiel for you guys.
Miigwetch. So there's a transition period. So when we get a request for a GLADU report, what's interesting to know, like I said, we get 50 a year approximately. The person is already considered offender. Like there is no more determination of guilt that they're trying to figure out. We know the person has been either A, found guilty, or has entered a guilty plea. It's one of the requirements, one of the eligibility requirements for them to get a GLADU report. So when it comes to aftercare, that determination of guilt is already there. The criteria for aftercare is the person has to be accountable for their actions, meaning they have to willingly admit, voluntarily admit that they have issues, unresolved issues, and they're willing to work on them in the community. And as I mentioned, we were talking about the roots. Those are some of the roots. So some of the roots that we have to deal with, like I mentioned, 60s scoop, residential schools, involvement with the CAS. We heard from the victim team, domestic violence, drug abuse, alcohol addictions, grief and loss issues stemming from like the loss of a loved one. So I put in here that people are medicine. Like the lady Tamea, when she shared, she knew exactly what her situation was. She knew exactly what she was prepared to do, when she was prepared to do it. And so we're always looking for that. That's an on-day thing that we do every single day. Day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out. We're always looking for those opportunities. So when I say we're in the business of creating healing opportunities, we're looking for those little pinholes in her defense mechanism to say, okay, I can do this with you this day, I can have this with that day. So for example, we had one person who was accessing aftercare services who said, you can only call me on a Friday afternoon. So what do we know about Friday afternoons? That was her measure, that was her test. So we said, okay, well, not everybody works on a Friday afternoon, so you're limited in the services you can provide, but she knew that already going into it. So she was trying to make it difficult. So we tried to get her to open up a little bit to say, okay, we're in the office Monday morning, and then we can work with you all through the week. But she made that choice. I first want to see that you can follow this one simple thing. And you have to have that concept of see, hear, and believe somebody and see where they're at before they're willing to engage in services. So I could say, okay, fine, we'll call you on Friday. The most important thing, like what Tamea had shared, was somebody treated her like a human. And it's the most important, one of the most important things we can do is we can say to the person, they're already an offender, you are worth more than the worst thing you have done. So who do we do it for? As I mentioned, pretty much anybody in Treaty 3 that's struggling with an issue. You can, like I said, you can have a child welfare issue, would be willing to assist. Planting the seed, what does that mean? We want to do this for the next 7 generations. We're thinking already where we came from, and we know we have residential schools in Treaty 3, and we're actively working on addressing all of those unresolved issues. But where we want to go, you have to know where you come from in order to know where you want to go. And so this is where we want to go. We want to be in that next generation, Anishinaabe, doctors, lawyers, politicians, authors, CEOs, artists, all of that stuff. We want all of that. We want that paradigm to shift where we're not just focused on the damage that's been done in Treaty 3. We want to look at creating that next generation of elders. And what do we mean by that? So I shared already that word te deb nimzwin. It means to share. And so as somebody lives through all their life cycles and they learn all about their strengths, their weaknesses, their gifts, the role and the responsibility is they want to become the next elder. But that means that they have to share that information that they've learned over the course of a lifetime with the community. So some elders will be specific to certain areas. You won't have one elder that's an expert in all areas. So you'll have to know, you'll have to be able to recognize those gifts that that elder has. So our next presenter.
Hi, everybody. My name is Christine Nielsen. I've been working for Grand Council Treaty 3 for about 2.5 years as an aftercare worker. I have to say the thing that has struck me the most and that I think really resonates with this whole conference is the concept of the circle of justice or restorative justice. And I think a big part of what we do as aftercare workers is to help restore people to themselves. And I know that for myself, the work itself, because it's so meaningful and because we're helping others, helped me to restore myself to the best version that I can be, or continue to work in that direction. And I think that's what we want for our clients. So as aftercare workers, we provide referrals, whether it's for mental health services, addiction services, and we work closely with the Gladue writers. And in fact, working in Gladue services, we've also all had the opportunity to take the Gladue writing course, and now being able to see the impact of the report and the aftercare as a continuum of care for the person. There has been criticism in the past that Gladue reports offer recommendations, but then there's no continuation of care. And I think as aftercare workers, we're trying to prove that wrong so that we can help people to heal and provide, it's a win-win situation for everybody. We provide the best possible version of themselves, but also help to restore them to their community and to help them to become more productive, healthier, which in turn helps the communities become more productive and healthy. And I think we've all experienced, I experienced a profound impact with what Tamea was saying yesterday too, in terms of reaching people and trying to be that safe person, that safe place where people know that they can reach out to us and that we will continue to support them in trying to find ways for them to heal on their path.
Miigwetch. So in aftercare, we have an expression, it's Giwab Ma, means, as I shared earlier, I look at you, I see you. It means you were born perfect. You were a gift from the Creator. The true gift from the Creator is one of actually imperfection. So when we're dealing with people in aftercare, learning, when you talk about justice as learning, you're going to learn about the good, the bad, and the ugly. So as you're learning about these things, you have to have that ability to share with others your experiences. And so, like I said, I was very thankful for Tamea's presence, her presentation, because she was actually able to share that. There were some things in her presentation that must have taken a lot of courage and a lot of strength for her to share, especially like on an open sort of venue. You don't know who's out there, who's watching, who's listening. So wherever you are, Tamea, thank you for sharing your story. So you were born perfect. Only your family expects you to be perfect after that. In the aftercare program, we don't expect the person to be perfect. We just want them to make progress. Progress on their recommendations, meaning their issues that they're dealing with in their life may be so huge, like what she was sharing, it's going to take a lot of courage and a lot of strength just to get her to look through a little pinhole to see a worker. So all of this stuff is reflected in our Justice logo. And so while we're dealing with aftercare, as we're trying to get them to deal with their unresolved traumas and their issues, we want to have a balance for the person. So we also want to be focused on things that make them stronger, things that are healthy for them, things that are intrinsically valuable for them. So as we're getting them to say, like, for example, their trauma to them in their mind, like she shared, was an army tank, or like some people have described it as an elephant. As we're getting them to take a bite out of the elephant, we also want them to be doing other things that keep them healthy and strong. So what does Grand Council get? So some of my coworkers have shared what they get. So what does Grand Council get? So as we invest in our coworkers, like she mentioned, she takes the Gladue writing course. That Gladue writing course is done through Indigenous Perspective Society, and I have all good feedback from anybody who's taken that course. So it's just a little shout out. It's a very valuable, very meaningful training. Rebuilding of Anishinaabe nations is the best way for Anishinaabe people to protect their heritage and identity, restore health and prosperity to their communities, and reorganize their relations within Canada. For the first time in over 100 years, many families are experiencing a generation of children who live with their parents. The message we're trying to send is, yes, we know you have unresolved issues and traumas and things. We're going to work on those things together. What we're really trying to get people to do is start to learn how to invest in themselves. It's the only way they can become truly rich. So for example, their education and spirituality, as we're trying to make these connections for them, once they get those things, it can never be taken away from them. Manatu Minjaminduin. Sorry, I'm not fluent in the language, but trying to do my best as I'm learning through here. So it's Anishinaabe for spirit memory. It's the sound of the drum, the smell of the medicines, ceremony. We have a lot of the gifts already, and the culture should be as familiar to an Aboriginal person as the sound of the drum, as their own mother's heartbeat. As soon as you hear it, you should just know that that drum means medicine. That means that's a safe place. So as I'm talking about safe places, I, like my other coworker who had acknowledged our admin staff, I would like to do the same thing, because when we produce Gladue reports, Treaty 3 community members are in Winnipeg, they're in Toronto, they're in Thunder Bay. So our admin staff work extra hard to create safe spaces so that our Gladue writers can go and do interviews in those different cities, not just in Treaty 3. So I'd like to give a round of applause to our admin staff. Thank you for creating all those safe spaces. So like I said, we have a lot of the medicines and a lot of the ways of healing already. Laughing, singing, dancing, crying. And so this is what Treaty gets out of it. Treaty 3 gets out of it. This is why they're doing this investment. This is why we have those proud funding relationships. Giki Dasawin. To cherish knowledge is to know wisdom. To know love is to know peace. To honor all of creation is to have respect. Bravery is to face the foe with integrity. Honesty is facing a situation is to be brave. Humility is to know yourself as a sacred part of creation. We want youth to know all of these things. We want them to be absorbing all this stuff. Because I said, it's important that we have to acknowledge these unresolved issues, but more importantly, we can't lose sight of where we want to go. And so this is where we want to go. Our youth, we want them immersed in this stuff. We're really trying hard to create that next generation of elders. So the idea about connecting and investments is very important in community. So the goal is simple. We write a Gladue report. By the end of the report, we have recommendations. And basically the recommendation is this: connect in yourself, your culture, and your community. Ande o Chichagun. This means it's Anishinaabe for where's your spirit? Tell me something you like to do. Like I mentioned, something that's intrinsically valuable to the person. Because we do our services, our Gladue services are voluntary, we don't force people to do things. So the question that we'll ask them is, tell me something you like to do. They'll tell us something, now go and do it. Something that makes you happy, healthy, and stronger. Onde kite. It means, where's your heart? Community is a place. So if I canvassed the room, for example, I would say how many people here like musical instruments. That becomes their community. We'd group them all together. So we're always trying to make those connections as we get this information back for our community members. So what I need from them is, tell me how you're feeling. So as we're going through that Gladue writing process and we're transitioning into aftercare, we're really always looking for them to give us that feedback. Because like I said, they're the medicine, they're the experts on their trauma, their situations, their unresolved issues. So tell me how you're feeling, because that's basically what we need. It's that sense of accountability. Do we have any more presenters?
So my name is Allison Baduk. I've been with Aftercare for about 5 years, I think. And my success story is probably when I hear the clients say that they trust me and that they feel success within themselves. Keep it short.
Miigwetch. So this is really important. This is the day-to-day stuff. So whether you're answering your emails or picking up the phone, people who feel connected and engaged with their community, which includes our Gladue Services program, they feel valued and safe and see a positive future for themselves in it, they're less likely to reoffend or commit serious crimes because they have an investment. They're learning how to invest in themselves and things that are valuable to them. And that in itself keeps them on that path. So when we talk about a good path, that's what we're asking them. You tell me what your path is, and I'm just going to facilitate. You go and do it, whatever that is. So as long as they're doing that, it's less likely they're going to get into trouble. So the great mystery, true strength, comes from knowing who you are as a person and as a people, to know where one belongs in the world, to find one's place, and create a healthy space. That's where we want to go with Treaty 3. We want Anishinaabe people to feel culturally safe here. Giwabma. So at the beginning, I gave you a little bit of an introduction, and I'll give you a little bit slightly different one. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, you would know who we are, what we do, who we do it for, why we do it, like what they get out of it and what we get out of it. So this is my chance here to share with you a little bit about myself. I'm a helper and a storyteller that creates healing opportunities. Doing something I love, I'm honored to be in Treaty 3. So Miigwetch. Is there any questions?
Good job. No questions. Next, bail verification and supervision. Kelly DeRoger. Are we? Yeah, she's the boss. Yeah. Okay. I got two bosses now. Okay, 15-minute break. No, de magnetic. We're going to continue on with the presentation. We do have a slight change. Allison Napish, she's not available. Randy Forster is going to do the youth justice portion. Okay, here's Kelly DeRozier.
Bonjour, Anin, Sabakwe Dishnakos, Moose Dodum, Migizi Zygaigon Doji. I'd like to acknowledge the elder, the sacred items in the room, the drum, and all of my wonderful, amazing co-workers and team players. All right, so this presentation I have here, this is all like the fancy ministry stuff that they want me to do. So let's get right at it, because I got things to say about it. Technology is not my friend. So bail and the Indigenous Bail Verification Supervision Program has been around since 2018, although bail programs have been all throughout Ontario since the 1970s. So our program was brought into Treaty 3 because of the 94 calls to action, specifically the justice section from numbers 25 to 42, to address the legacy of residential schools and advance the process of Canadian reconciliation with Indigenous people of Turtle Island, which we will take back. All right, so compared to other general populations out there, Indigenous people, we are detained at a higher rate. And if released, we'll spend more time in custody. And there will always have way more conditions than the other non-Indigenous person, let's say. So they're going to have a lot more invasive conditions, and sometimes they jump right up to the bail ladder. Now, common sense dictates when you take a ladder out, you start at the first rung, and you move your way up in an orderly fashion. You don't just jump to the 5th rung and hope you're going to get to the roof in a safe way. That ain't going to happen. So people are also are more likely to be charged with breaching a bail condition. Now, this is the one where I kind of take into a little bit of how shall I say, freedoms. Because we work so hard to get people out of custody. We find them an address. We have to make sure that they can go live there. So we have to talk to that person. We have to make sure that the Crown approves that person in a vetting situation. And so once we work so hard to get them out. As soon as they make a mistake, I'm not going to rush to the police and say, breach them, send them back to jail. That's been the colonial way, and that's been their way for the last 500 years, and today I'm saying, no more. Enough's enough. We know how to look after our people. We are Indigenous, we are Anishinaabe, and we know how to look after ourselves and each other in a good way. And the government, the crowns, the courts, they need to start seeing that, and they need to start believing it. Because we're not going to stop. I know I'm not going to stop doing it. I'm going to keep saying those things that tick them off. You've had colonial rule for 500 years. It's time to back off now and let these Grand Council programs, Indigenous programs, NAN programs, restorative justice programs, Gladue programs, we all work together to help the client in the best way possible. The best thing I like about okay, well, I don't even follow this my presentation here. So there's a lot of geographical barriers, which is part of the reason why our programs have come into effect. A lot of times people, they get charged in their communities, they don't have transportation to get to jail. To get to court for their court date. So what happens? They've got a breach, they did fail to attend court. From there, it snowballs and snowballs. So if we can jump in our vehicles, take our phones, our laptops to somebody in Wabigoon, Wabascang, any communities in the 28 that we have, and sit with them, go online on their computer, and get them to go to jail that way. Because Lord knows it took a worldwide pandemic to realize we could use technology that way. Mind blown. So, and some people have to travel ridiculous amounts of miles to get to the jail, and then only in 2 days to be returned around and go back home. So there's we need to use a bit more common sense when it comes to those. So, all right. So one of the best things I like about the bail program is that, okay, those are bail factors. So one thing I like to do is, Gladio factors are brought in at bail, but they're not elaborated on at bail. And there's a reason for that, and I'm sure that somebody with more lawyerly experience can explain that better than I. So, oftentimes, when someone's arrested, it seems they're automatically assumed guilty just because of their Indigenous backgrounds. So what we'd like to do with the bail program is in that small window from the time they're arrested to the time they go back to court, we have that window of opportunity, because in the bail phase, you're considered innocent until proven otherwise. Although it seems backwards in the system we have today, and I've seen that many, many ways. But, all right, so rehabilitation is a principle of sentencing. Let's skip that. All right, strict adherence to the bail ladder here is what I was trying to talk about. So you got to start at the when the person's arrested, depending on their charges, depending on their criminal record, they may get put into taken into custody. But they do have the right to a reasonable bail within 24 hours, which we don't always see in the court. But hopefully that's changing, because actually we've started to see some bail hearings take place in overnight arrests, which is where they should be starting. All right. So we provide supervision and support to individuals who don't have like finances or social ties to go back to their community. So what we'd like to do is meet with them, and this is mostly how I like to deal with things. We've come from so much trauma, intergenerational trauma, direct trauma to ourselves or something we may have done to other people. So when I first meet with a client on the phone in jail, one of the first things I ask them is, what do they need right in this moment to make them feel better, to help them take the next step to try to fix their lives. Some people get caught up and they don't know how to cope. Some people were never taught those coping mechanisms. I was lucky. I grew up with Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers, so he taught you how to deal with those feelings in a positive way. Today's children don't have that same advantage, and I feel really bad for them. So we work closely with our service providers, which can be the Northwest Health Unit if someone needs some medical help or anything like that. We help them with the OATC referrals. We these are okay. Where am I going here? Yeah. Okay. So we try to we work with getting all mixed up in my brain here. That's the colonial effect. Okay, so we try to identify their issues. What is it they need in this moment? Do they need a mental health counselor? Maybe they just need a sweat. Maybe they just need someone to call up on the Friday afternoon and say, I want to go get drunk. And you just talk to them for 10 minutes. 10 minutes out of my day on a Friday is nothing, because the party days are way back there. So I let them know, too, that if they need those moments, if they need to reach out, just call me. I'm going to answer the phone, and if I don't want to, then I won't, but I might call them back. But sometimes it's just one little voice, one little person to say, I hear you, I see you, I validate you. How can I help you feel better today? And sometimes I just want someone to listen. So I just listen, put the phone on speaker, and every so often, But I am listening. I just don't, I don't offer much advice because I don't know what their experience is. I just try to be that ear for them. So we've got these wonderful reporting requirements, and this is the stuff that the man likes. He wants to know how many people we've been helping, and I think that's great, because the more numbers that the man sees, the more funds Arthur's going to get to help us do all of our wonderful programming that we do. We've also been working with Nan on travel and stuff like that, getting people back home to where they belong. Sometimes people don't even want to go back to their own communities because that's where everything took place, and they might not feel welcome there. They might feel a little out of sorts. So we try to work with that. And sometimes the Crown will say they can't go back to their home community, which to me in our own territory, and they keep telling us what to do all the time. That's got to stop, because there's only sometimes people in their own community who can work with them effectively and give them those services that they need. All right, so we have the wonderful breach proceedings, and this is where I tend to tick off the Crown a little bit, because when someone misses a reporting day, I'm not going to call the police right away and report them for not reporting. I want to find out what happened. I want to find out, did you get hurt? Are you in the hospital? Did you fall off the wagon? Did you relapse? What's going on? Because sometimes they just forget. People with mental health issues, addiction issues, they don't even sometimes know what day it is. And I don't have those issues, but I'm just getting old, so sometimes that just happens. So I want to make sure that they know that somebody's there, that somebody's going to help them out. So that's the main part of that. Now let's get into the good stuff. So in our program, we try to teach, we remind people of the 7 grandfather teachings, and I let my clients know that they're worthy of love. They might not feel it because of the things they've done, their own actions. So one thing I try to tell them is if they're going to go on their healing journey, the first thing they have to do is accept everything that's kind of happened in their life. They've got to know their own truth. So, and we remind clients that they are a worthy part of creation and to live selflessly and not selfishly. We also remind clients that there is balance in life and to find that balance within themselves and then with all living things. We also remind clients that to have courage and to face our fears, we need to be brave. And to do that, clients will learn to tap into their inner strengths and face life difficulties. Everybody has a gift, whether it's just listening to someone painting, doing some beadwork, sewing, playing an instrument. Everybody has a gift. And we all need to make sure that our clients remember that and we validate that for them. Give them some paints, take them some beads, give them some pencils to color and draw. I had one guy who just wanted to do crossword puzzles, and I took him crossword puzzles and he was quite happy with that. So when it comes to honesty, we work with clients to be themselves. An addiction has been a big part of their life, and that often disguises who they really are. And that can prevent them from accepting their gifts and knowing who they and accepting who they are. So we want to help them explore that. We want to find out what makes them feel better about themselves, and then we want to explore that, and we want to go with that. And we also work with clients in their wisdom to show them how to express their gifts wisely and for their survival. Some people with the criminal record, they'll never get a job, like a regular 9-to-5 job. They may get a job as a laborer or a flagger. But to make a decent income, maybe they have to learn to tap into their art, to tap into that stuff that will help them generate an income so they can survive. And then sometimes they've also got a criminal mind, so they're looking for a shortcut, the easy way out. I remind them in life there are no shortcuts. Even the shortcut to grandma's house is fraught with danger. Could be a wolf, could be a bear, could be a moose, could be a predator. Anybody could be there. So there are no shortcuts in life. We have to do everything honestly and with conviction. So in BVSP, IBVSP, we also promote the truth. And this is the one that I find a lot of people have a hard time with, because living with addiction, they're hiding. They're behind something else. So we want them to be truthful and honorable and to learn all kinds of teachings from our elders and ceremonies. And with these teachings, they can use every day in their life, and understanding that the destination is just as important as the journey. We also remind them of respect. That clients, the importance of respecting all creation, to live with honor in all teachings. The importance of not wasting anything, and how they treat others is a reflection of how they want to be treated. Sometimes people, they've just never been told, how to do that, because maybe their parents were suffering from their own issues and never really got to show them any of these things. And the most important one, I think, is love. To know love is to know peace. And we remind our clients that the start of their healing journey starts with self-love and forgiveness. And love is at the core of all the teachings that they will ever receive, because Creator is love. Creator is not judgment. Creator is love and acceptance and forgiveness. Judging is what you get from the gentleman or the woman who's gone to school for years and has earned that right to sit up on that bench. That's a judge. Love knows no judgment. Creator knows no judgment. So when a Treaty 3 member finds themselves in trouble with the law and they've been arrested, and depending on their record, I told you before, they could end up in custody, and sometimes they just get a promise to appear or something like that. So we help, on average, maybe 50 to 75 people a year. We assist them with Ontario Works, ODSP, mental health counseling, and culturally appropriate services as well. Sometimes people just need a naming ceremony. They need a sweat, something to center themselves. After I received my Anishinaabe name, I kind of like, haha, I get it now. And it all kind of comes together. A little bit about me, as I was born here in Dryden. I mean, not here in Dryden, this is Fort Francis, right? Oh, okay. So in 1970, I was born in Dryden, Ontario. It was about in the 80s where I got scooped up. And I was in the 60 scoop, and I was down in Cornwall, Ontario. I lived with one foster family there who, at 16 years old, decided they didn't want me there anymore. And at 16 in care is a very scary age. You don't know where you're going or what's going to happen. And then an older foster family read about me, and they brought me into their home. And one thing that Kate did for me that nobody has ever done before, she took the file, the papers that they gave her, she put it aside, she pushed it off to the table, and she said, "Thank you very much, but I'm going to get to know Kelly on my terms. I'm going to learn who she is my way." And I bring that to all of my clients as well, because they come with a big record, they come with a long history, and I say, that's good, that's your past, that's who you were. Who do you want to be now? Who do you want to move? What do you want to move forward to? What kind of person do you want to be? A contributing member of society. How are you going to do that? So I find from just being with the foster family who listened and heard me, accepted just who I was, and actually Kate was the first person to ever tell me, find out what it means to be Anishinaabe. Well, she said Ojibwe at the time because she's an older white lady, but she's the bomb. So she told me to find out what that meant. And every other foster home was not allowed to do that. They cut my hair off. I got my mouth washed out with soap because I used to speak my language with my grandma until she was taken from me in 1977. I'm still sitting on that couch waiting for her to come back home. Instead, all I see is police officers and police lights outside. So that's my first traumatic memory of my grandma when she got killed that day. So I know about the traumas that people come from, and I'm understanding to them, and I want them to know that we're here to help. We're not here to pass judgment because of your past behavior. We want to help people move forward in a good way, get their life back on track. We give them ways to do that, and we're going to know if they're willing to change their life because their actions will determine it. How they participate in the program will determine it. If they decide they're not going to show up and they basically, give me a few cursive, creative words to tell me to get lost, then I'm going to do that because I have other people who do want my help, who do want me to spend time with them. Because getting somebody into treatment program, and Treaty 3 needs a treatment center, it's a long process. It's like a 16-page document to fill out, which is very confusing and daunting to somebody with addiction. They just look at the papers, drop them, and say, okay, maybe next time. So if we can sit there with them and make that process easier, and then we get those papers going, and then we keep following up with them, then when comes time for them to go, they're more willing. So one of the benefits of having IBVSP is to help reduce the Indigenous population of the jail. The majority of the people in custody are waiting on remand dates and have not been convicted or sentenced. Isn't that scary? Isn't that creepy? Isn't that weird? Okay. So we work with 28 communities to try to work safely and to effectively monitor the client for the court. But they each have to be willing to work with us. And Sometimes working in the bail program is voluntary, but for the most part, it comes on a condition from the court, and you have to report so many times a week. So those papers, we know how much the colonists like their paper, so we got to make sure we get that part done for the ministry. So in mainstream society, justice often implies punishment, but in Anishinaabe law, justice means a new path they can follow instead of their old ways. And I tell my clients that too. Your way keeps getting you into custody, into jail. Maybe try our way for a little bit and see what happens. And some of them they take advantage of the opportunities that we present them. Like I have a couple of success stories. One of my clients who's going to be at our Justice Conference February 9th and 10th, just putting a little plug in there for IBVSP. William Wamsley is going to be my keynote speaker at that conference. He went from being a drug dealer in Dryden, Ontario, to now being 2 years sober and starting to run AA meetings and narcotics meetings and Cocaine's Anonymous meetings in Ottawa. He's got a full-time job. He uses his actual social security number now instead of living off of drug proceeds. So his whole life has changed because he allowed me to help him. He was open to the opportunities that I provided to him, and I also would not let him quit. He kept telling me a couple times, I'll just sit in jail for 2 years, forget about it. And I said, after all the work I've done, I don't think so, buddy, you're going. And luckily for me and for him, I had an awesome contact in Ottawa who I've graciously persuaded to move up north. But at the time, she was willing to let William stay with her, and that made the biggest difference to William to know that he had support, and somebody who didn't even know him opened up their door to him, and he couldn't believe it. And so he really took advantage of that opportunity, and he really pulled through, and he really surprised us both, and I'm really quite proud of him. His brother Andrew has followed the same course. He told me that I said something to him that stuck with him, and I don't even know what it is. And that's the beautiful thing about honesty, is you don't have to remember the last thing you've said. All right, so there's many times a court will impose certain conditions that people have to follow, and we make sure that they follow those, because the reason we've been doing so well at this job is because we do make sure that they follow those court orders. We're not disrespectful to the court in any way. We work with duty counsel. We work with the Crown. We make sure that the release is the best thing for the client. They have a safe place to go. Oftentimes when we verify an address, we have to go and talk to individuals who live in that house. And just on last week, we had one say, yep, you could go live at this house. So doing my job, I went to that door, knocked on the door, and asked the questions. And he said, who? What? When? Where? So he was not informed. So that's part of our job, is because people will try to say what they need to say to get out of jail, and then if we get them out and then we look like jerks for doing it because we didn't go ask the person if they could stay there, well, then we're not being very good. So we make sure we do that so that everything is all good. We accept referrals from the clients themselves. They call us from jail. They call me, I break down the program for them, and then I'll refer them to one of my amazing team members. Here in Fort Francis, we have Emily Hyatt, and we have Larry Indian. So you guys, wow. All right. Kenora, we got Eagle White, he's online, and we got Barry Henry, he's over there, and he's going to take over in the next 2 minutes. Kidding. And up in Lac Seul, behind the flowers over there, is Bobby. Woo! All right. And then in Dryden, there's me, and we used to have another worker now, but we won't say what happened to that. His name we shall not mention. Shauna has moved over to a different position. So it's to be in the bail program is no cost to the client. When a lot of people first call me about bail, they're like, how much money do I need? And automatically I just say $6,000, and they're like, what? It's like, well, you asked me for an amount, so I gave you an amount. But you don't need any money in bail. And it kind of breaks the ice too by just making a few jokes with people, because it's a very serious thing is try to get somebody out of jail, because they don't want to be there. Some people know they got to be, but other people, they shouldn't be there. A lot of people with mental health issues should not be in jail. The sounds of jail, the voices carrying around is enough to make them even more anxious. So everybody in IBVSP has the same potential to succeed. How they go about that is totally on themselves. We provide resources and supports, but the work that comes with it is from them, the clients, and I have to remind them of that. The hard work is coming. Like, we can put together the best bail plan in the world, but if they're not willing to work it, then it's just words on a paper, and it doesn't mean anything. But they have to be the ones to put themselves in that, they get out of their comfort zone to do things in a sober way, and to start living life in a sober way. So we have that small window that we can work with the court to show that change is possible, and that with the right supports and encouragement, clients can turn their lives around and be productive members of society. We offer a hand up and not a hand out. And people have the power within themselves to be the change they want to see in the world, and it starts with self-love. So once they get that, once we start working on those things, it does become a journey. But it's their journey. It's at their pace. It's at their timing and what they're willing to do. Because, you know, the old expression, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make him take a bath in it, or something like that. So that's we can't force anybody to do anything. Otherwise, all the youth I ever worked with would all be graduated high school. And so, let's see. I believe that's all I have. Anybody have any questions for me, or comments, or? I see Larry over there.
That's their job. It's really, it's a real downer for me when I'm finished in court. And the only good thing after all this has taken place is to have the justice that's hearing this stuff, hearing all the arguments in my bail plan, agree with that, and release that person to me. But having to go through all that on a regular basis, it's really taxing.
Oh yes, I know. I've been yelled at in court. I think we just need to keep doing what we're doing. We just need to keep being consistent. We just keep to need showing up for our clients. We just keep advocating for them in a positive way, and just keep going up against the crowns every chance we get. We'll wear them down. No worries. I got patience. I got time. We'll wear them down. I
I mean, that's a pretty tough part of our job. It's a real downer some days, like I say.
It is, because they really, it's almost like they go after our character a little bit. They do. Yeah. And it's frustrating. It really is. But I say we keep showing up to court. We keep smiling. We keep representing our clients. And eventually, like the Crowns, I can see in Dryden, Kenora Bail Court now, they're starting to be a bit more receptive, a bit more open. But for some of them, even some of the justice of the pieces were like very, no, right off the bat. And it's like, okay, can you give us a minute? And let us tell you what we're going to do and how we're going to help. So that's the only thing I know is just keep showing up. Just keep doing what we're doing. And maybe even have some conversations with the Crown. Like, why are you tearing us apart? Why is that happening? Because it shouldn't be. Like other bail programs, they aren't even called to testify in Southern Ontario. They just give a report. They verify their addresses through Google Earth. And up here, we get challenged all the time. Did you talk to that person? Did you go to that person? Did you know this? Did you know that? And we have to be prepared to answer all those things in court too. So, yeah. I know, Larry.
You know, I was thinking too that maybe it's because we're an Aboriginal or Indigenous organization why they're doing that.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, but I'll agree with you.
That's what I think some days.
Oh.
Would they do that to a non-native?
They don't. We see it in court already that the other organization who does not have an Indigenous person running it, they don't get questioned as hard as we do. They don't get questioned at all. And when they do, it's just like, okay, we'll be there for an interview and we'll do this, we'll do that. But it's because it's a non-Indigenous person in that role. That's my belief. I said it. And it's why. I believe that myself.
I've also, experienced like the good side of it. Depending on which justice is sitting that day, and depending which Crown attorney it is that day,
Yep.
they say, oh, this looks like a pretty good plan, and Larry has provided a good plan to the court, we'll go with that. We'll release him to Larry.
Yep.
Instead of having that full-blown contested bail hearing.
Yep. I like it when that happens too. When we go from contested to consent. Whew. Yeah.
Okay, boss.
Bobby Bingwis. I'd just like to reiterate what the conversation here. The one time I was in bail court in Sulcote, and we had these lawyers from Toronto come up to get one of their clients off on bail. And right away, they presented a plan, and the Crown attorney just, nope. And so they had to go through that battle of words, I guess is what it is, right? A contested bail hearing. And after in the end, these lawyers won. And of course, the Crown attorney's trying to counter the arguments with these stack of papers, eh? But those lawyers just put up their books too, and citing other bail hearings, and they won. After it was over, they knew I was an Indigenous bail verification worker, and they asked me, says, is this how bail court is run up here? I says, yes, it is. And so, they were just shocked. Wow. You would never see anything like this in Southern Ontario. I've never seen a court violate Native rights so badly than I witnessed here. And so, yeah, after that, of course, I felt defeated too, but after she said that, I felt good. I just sped home, got a speeding ticket. And by the way, Arthur paid for that.
I remember approving that. Yeah. But yes, we do have a lot of barriers in the court. But if we keep showing up, if we keep standing up, if we keep advocating for our clients, it's going to start to change. It's like in my 53 years around the sun, I've seen some changes already, and that's just in the last 5 years of working in this job. So there's hope. There's definite hope that we're going to have better relationships with the Crown, and they'll get to know our programs better. And yeah, and remember Bail Conference, February 9th and 10th, Dryden, Ontario. It's going to be grand. We're going to have a lot of fun. Any other comments, questions for me? Because I am done. All right. Love to you all.
She's well done. Okay, so Randy Fobister, Youth Justice.
I'm gonna sit down. I have this as I get older with this mercury issue I have in Grassy. You know, the symptoms are starting to show as I get older. My right leg starts to shake after a while. Yeah, so that's just and that's my my gas pedal leg when I drive. So, but okay. So Alison couldn't make it for the presentation. So we're going to take over as a team. As a team here, I got the young guys here, the youth workers. I just want to just say something. I just want to say something, you know, quickly. My own thoughts about the youth. Well, first I'll introduce myself, Randy Fobister, subscription Gang Dunji, Grassy Narrows, Namen Dutem. I haven't got an Indian name yet, even though I keep saying that. You know, I'm a former chief for my community. I kept saying that I'm going to get a name, but I haven't done that yet. So one of these days, I will get to that and get an Indian name, because it's very important, you know, to be role models to the youth, and then to start using our culture, our traditions. I think that's very integral part of, you know, healing for our youth. So that's what we need to maintain. You know, it's I don't want to say I don't want to say we have an opportunity with this youth justice, with this program. When I use that word opportunity, it's almost like, if I use that word, it's like it's given to us, or given back to us, what was taken from us, you know, the way, you know, our youth should have been, you know, before treaty, you know all that kind of history, residential school and all that, the damage it caused. So I'm trying to think of another word, you know, to use. You know, yeah, sure, it's an opportunity, but, you know, to take back to what we had way before, thousands of years ago, the way the youth were, you know, all these true stories, the way the youth were, you know, they, you know, did hunting, you know, the guys did hunting, and the young ladies did, you know, did stuff too in the villages, in the camps. So they did a lot of stuff, and they were all healthy. Their mental health, everything was all healthy, and that's what we need to try and continue with that. But like I said, it's different. It's a different world now. So I used that word before. You know, it's a grassy dialect. It's probably the same, Asha Baakach. It's already here, it's already done. So that's what I used to hear my grandma use that word. Baakach, Asha Baakach, it's already done. It's already here. But anyway, that's what we're here to do, and then we're gonna. We have work that needs to be done, and I'm glad to be part of the team. And I just started 3 months ago again. So Youth Justice Treaty number 3, Youth Justice programs. The Youth Justice programs aim to provide prevention, intervention, healing, and reintegration plans while navigating through the justice system. The goal is to restore balance from harm done from the youth families and communities in a culturally and safe manner. In respect to the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action under number 30, Justice Sector, we call upon the federal, provincial, and territorial governments to commit to eliminating the overrepresentation of Aboriginal people in custody over the next decade, and to issue detailed annual reports that monitor and evaluate progress in doing so. Oh, that's a lot of that's a big sentence, but and the youth justice programs consists of several services and assists Treaty 3 youth members aged 12 to 17 who are accused of criminal offenses, sentenced, or are in need of intervention, pre and post diversion and or reintegration plans. Each program aids to the Youth Criminal Justice Act principles. So I'll let Sante continue. My mouth is getting dry.
No worries. Hi, everyone here. So my name is Sintai Weiss. I'm the youth intervention worker. So I'll take over the rest of the slides here. So youth diversion is Indigenous restoration justice practice that allows parties, accused, victims, and communities an opportunity to come together in a healing circle and work towards resolutions and reintegration of the youth back into their communities, preventing further harm. The common cases pre and post charge are theft, assault, breaking and entering, breaching, bullying, and uttering threats. All right, next one here. So I think that one's
My name is Bruce Henry from White Dog. I do reintegration for White Dog or Wapsmung, sorry. Provide reintegration planning services to support a young person back into their communities after custodial sentencing and probation orders. This includes accesses to culture and land-based activities, life skills, and elder-led workshops, networking, and prevention services for a meaningful support plan. Sorry about that.
Hello, my name is David Sanderson. I'm the youth reintegration worker in Lac Seul. Youth intervention and aims to assist Anishinaabe youth between the ages of 12 to 17 to connect to their community and make healthier life choices. Referrals can be made by OPP, Treaty 3 Police, CFS, First Nation communities, and local high schools. Traditional, cultural, and land-based activities and life skills.
So youth justice programs here, so there's me, so youth intervention worker. So also we have reintegration workers, which is Bruce Henry from, I can't pronounce these, you gotta do this.
Youth integration workers, Bruce Henry, Wapsamunk, myself, Subscripts Sugang, Gracianaros, Thomas White Jr., Whitefish Bay, David Sanderson, Lac Seul, and Youth Diversion, Alison Napish. What's done? So that's it. That's all. That was short. I don't know, Miigwetch. I don't know if you have any questions, comments.
Bobby Bengos, I do have a question for David Sanderson. Just kidding. No, I don't.
So are there any questions or comments? No, is everyone good here?
Oh, wait.
Hmm? Just a picture, eh?
Just a picture.
Good? Think we're all good? We're good? Are we good?
I guess we're good. Miigwetch Miigwetch keeps it doing. Yeah.
Listen in Abend, Ma. I was snacking when they got done too early. Is our next presenter available? If he is, Nawaka Gije Miguan Longfeather, enhancing access to justice for two-spirited people. If he's ready to go, that saves us from, Kelly and I were going to tell jokes for about 10 minutes. We're going to have a competition to tell the most inappropriate jokes. Kelly might beat me. Okay, you want to? Ready to go? Okay, take it away.
Can we hear some jokes?
Here's my cleanest one. Anybody know the rapper 50 Cent? What did he do when he went to the restaurant? 58. My grandson told me that one. Bonjour. Bonjour. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you see me? Yes. Oh, good. We're good to go then. Anishna. How? Nawaka Gizi Miigwetch Dishna Kaj. My name is Longfeather. I come from the Chippewas, Caddo, and Stony Point First Nation. I am first generation residential school survivor. My mom is the survivor. I am a survivor of Federal Indian Day School. I am family member to Dudley George of the Kaakewaaseya crisis. I am auntie-uncle to almost 100 nieces and nephews, including greats and great-greats. I am Anishinaabe Ojibwe within my territory. I live in Hamilton, Ontario, which is the Golden Horseshoe region just outside of Toronto, in the District One Spoon Treaty Covenant between Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe people and other Indigenous people in the area. I am super pleased and honored to be part in this crowd today with relatives from all over Turtle Island. And today my focus is going to be talking about specifically Two-Spirit people and our access to justice. And before I do that, I'm going to do a little test run here, and let me know if you're able to hear this or not. Can you hear that? No. You can't hear it. All right, let me see what I have to do here in order to get that loud and happening. So it says if I share the screen, all I see is myself. I don't want to look at myself. So I'm going to try and find this other screen. Perhaps if technology is there, you might be able to assist me. What I am looking for is I can see the share screen, but if you could maybe bring up on your computer, because I know that we both have control of the screen. If you could go to YouTube, please. And in YouTube, if you look for the tribe called Red, and under tribe called Red, look for Northern Sisters. So just take a moment. Thanks for bearing with me here. Perfect. So they tell me that they're working on that. My position here in Hamilton, Ontario is I am the Indigenous Justice Coordinator working out the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic, which is a mainstream colonial legal clinic that works in the area of poverty law services, and poverty law services being services in landlord-tenant, Ontario Works, disability, and all of those other systems under tribunals. And I started this job 11 years ago, and it was developed to be like a living document. And that means that it was going to be governed by the needs of the people, whatever Indigenous people in the urban center were finding as being pressing and emerging within the colonial legal system. And within 2 or 3 days, we quickly found out that my position wasn't only going to be working in the area of poverty law, because as with everything else, as Indigenous people, we are so underfunded and under-resourced. And when it comes to specific Indigenous legal jobs here or legal resources down in southwestern Ontario, there are very, very few of us. And we're working with large regions. So I'm working with a very large region, and if anybody's any good with geography, which I am not, I work from Fort Erie over to Delhi, back over to this side of Toronto, which is an extremely big area. I'm working with 4 to 5 different community legal clinics, but I also have Canada's largest
indigenous population from the Six Nations of the Grand River, as well as the Mississauga of New Credit that I'm working with. And within 3 days of this job, we found out that people who were in desperate need, Indigenous people who were in desperate need of some kind of legal assistance, would hop on Google and Google my name, and then they would call me because my cell number comes up. So I was immediately working in not only areas of poverty law, but working in areas of criminal law, family law, taxation law, and also trying to navigate through individualized First Nations bylaws in terms of housing and other things that were going on. Yes, it is the hallucination video sisters from Northern Cree that I'm looking for. So I help Indigenous people navigate through not only colonial legal systems, but also help many of our Indigenous relatives navigate through our own First Nations bylaws and try to get some settlements going on there in terms of an understanding of how Indigenous people need to move forward within those kind of systems. What I would like us to do, because I know that everybody's been standing around, probably got real sore bums from sitting on chairs all day, is I'm wondering if we could do just a little bit of an exercise here. And so this exercise that I'm asking that we do collectively, we can do wherever we are, whether we're at home in our office or whether you're in the room there. And that is, if we could, we're going to stand up and we're going to dance. And we're going to do what's called a clan dance. And many of our communities had clan dances, but I'm going to have everybody pick a very specific clan. So we're going to have the Eagle clan. So when you stand up and do the Eagle dance, you're going to move around like this. And then we're going to have the Coyote people. And when the Coyote people dance, they're going to move around like this. And then we're going to have the Whale people. And when you stand up and dance, you're going to dance like this. And then we're going to have the Raven people. And when you get up and dance, your hands will be like this, and you're kind of going to move around like the crow hop. So once we're done this little exercise, I'm going to explain the importance of this exercise. If I could get everybody to stand up for a minute. Pick yourself a clan dance. And we're going to have our dear friends there who are working on technology turn on the video, and we're going to move around in a couple circles. I'm Anishinaabe from southwestern Ontario, so we're going to move in a clockwise fashion. So if we could do this for a couple minutes just to get our energy flowing, to get the blood pumping, because I know it's the end of the day, everybody wants to go home. But if you could just amuse me for a couple seconds and turn that hallucination song on, and let's give this a dance. I can see it, but I can't hear it. Uh-oh, technology is not working with us today. Could we possibly put that up to a microphone? There we go, look at that. What kind of clan dance is that? There we go. I can hear it playing in there now. Everybody move around, do your clan dance. Clockwise motion. Awesome. Everybody should be moving around the tables in a clockwise position. There we go. That is awesome. You guys rock it there. I see a whole lot of eagles moving around there. All right, thank you. All right, can we go back to our seats now? Awesome. Perfect, thank you very much. I saw a whole lot of eagles. You all must be Eagle Clan up there, every one of you. Thank you so much. The purpose of that is, it is my understanding now if my glasses look crooked, it's because they are. Just before I hopped on here, I sat on them. So if my head looks crooked, just move your head over to the left a little bit and I won't be as crooked. So it's my understanding along my journey that as Indigenous people, whenever we gathered, wherever we went, it was very possible that the conductor of ceremony at powwows or other ceremonies that we would be doing would be asking our people to stand up and do the clan dance. And so each of us would know what our clan dance is and what it meant. And while we were in those ceremonies and while we were spending time together, we could look around and we could see who all the other members of our clans were. And so we would instinctively know that when we saw somebody doing the same clan dance as we were doing, that we were spiritual clan brothers and sisters, and that there were some guidelines on the types of relationships that we would have because we were spiritually connected at that point. So the clan system, the clan dance, is not something that we often see anymore. The last time that I saw a clan dance was out west, and it was with our Indigenous brothers along the coast, and the conductor at a ceremony had asked everybody to get up and do their clan dance. And because of colonization, many of these ceremonies have changed for us Indigenous people. As Anishinaabe people, I remember down here in southwestern Ontario when the very first over 75 years before we had a shaken tent ceremony come down to this territory. And when shaken tent territory resurfaced here in southwestern Ontario, many of our people had never heard of the shaken tent ceremony. And the shaken tent ceremony, from what I understand on my journey, is one of the highest and most spiritual of all of our ceremonies. And so we've had a number of things that have been changed along our journey, and that have changed as our ancestors had carried out their journeys too. So the clan system is one of those things that have changed for us as Indigenous people. And so now I just want to turn our minds to, for 1 second, as we sit and think about all the other things that had changed for us as Indigenous people. Besides the clan systems, our spiritual systems have changed. Our educational systems have changed. Our health, our food security, our relationship to land and to water, all of these things that you already know, these are things that have changed for us as Indigenous people. And so it only makes sense that other things have changed. And one of those things that have changed, two of those very important things that have changed for us as Indigenous people, is our construct of family. And our construct of gender and gender identity have changed for us. And they have changed as a result of all of the colonial processes that have happened across Canada here. They have changed because of the influence of the Genocidal Act and policies and protocols that have come from other cultures. And so we know that one of those things that have been gravely damaged by colonialism has been and introduced into our community is our construct of gender and gender identity, which includes two-spirit people. Recently in my community, they allowed for a public teaching on two-spirit people because we understand and know that many of our people don't know the history of two-spirit people. But we do know this, that we have many different constructs in our traditional communities, and many of our constructs are older than the colonial legal system. Many of our governance systems are older than the pyramid. And so as we had moved through the years with colonialism, colonialism threatened to make two-spirit people extinct. I always have such a difficult time when it comes to talking about Indigenous people and justice, because I have to sit and think about, first, where is the justice in this colonial legal system for Indigenous people? I once heard a very wise Indigenous lawyer and woman say that it rather should be just us, because the colonial legal system was never built that we should even be here as Indigenous people in 2023. It was a system that was built that we should have been completely annihilated by now through all of these different institutions and policies and protocols. So when I have to talk about Indigenous people and justice, my mind goes to our relatives such as Colton Bushy and Tina Fontaine and Dudley George and Joyce Aquinum and all of the various institutions that have enforced colonial legal system. So I find myself in a very rather strange place when I want to talk about justice for Indigenous people, because quite often I feel that there is no justice for us on Turtle Island as Indigenous people. However, then my mind quickly turns to what I've learned along my role about our traditional legal principles and applications and procedures. And then it is there that I can see the true justice that happens for us as Indigenous people. I'm just going to take a moment here to bring up my notes here, because this topic has so many different things that I need to speak about. I don't usually do notes, but I have to do notes for this particular topic. And for some reason, they just kind of completely disappeared. However, so with two-spirit people, we know that we have always existed in our communities. And I often teach that as Indigenous people, we don't get to pick and choose what's part of our lineage or what's part of our tradition. Two-spirit people are part of the tradition, but many of our communities have been influenced by the devastating effects of the genocidal acts such as residential schools, federal Indian Day schools, the Indian Act, and all of those other things that threatened our existence as Indigenous people. They also threaten the existence of two-spirit people. For instance, if we look at the Indian Act, there is nowhere in that. This is the most racist and discriminatory piece of federal legislation in the world. And there is no mention of two-spirit people in that particular racist legislation. It barely mentions Indigenous women. And when it does mention Indigenous women, they're all very sexist acts against Indigenous women that did things like took away our relatives' rights as Indigenous women, but gave non-Indigenous women those same rights. So we have to reflect on all of those types of things that have been harmful for us as Indigenous people. Sorry, one of my computers has this I have several screens in front of me, and one of them has this crazy security passage on it that makes me have to punch in several different numbers and words. So we look at how these influences have influenced us as Indigenous people. Colonial legal systems, we must always remind ourselves, are built on somebody else's legal principles, protocols, applications, and constructs. And they're not reflective of our constructs of family or gender and gender identity. For instance, when we look at things, particularly male and female jails or institutions, we can see how Two-Spirit people, Indigenous, queer are harmed. When we look at things at child and family court systems, they do not even consider our construct of gender and gender identity. And if we go past that and look at certain policies and procedures and protocols that are built on somebody else's constructs of gender and gender identity, but particularly family constructs, we have to examine things like, specifically, if we look at bereavement leave as an example, bereavement leave is built on somebody else's family construct. And so it doesn't take into consideration that we have more than one, as Indigenous people, we have more than one mom and more than one dad. And that we have many siblings, because Euro construct of family is one mom, one dad. And that one mom and that one dad carry those roles and responsibilities, and that we are only limited to our biological siblings. They do not take into consideration that our first cousins by our family construct as Anishinaabe people, those first cousins are also our siblings, and so we carry roles and responsibilities to our siblings and to our many moms and dads, but family court systems do not do that. And then we have to look further past those constructs and how they oppress Indigenous people, period, and that particular Two-Spirit Indigenous queer people. So when we go into all of those legal systems, whether they're tribunals or whether they're provincial or federal court systems, quite often we are being asked by all of the actors or the players in those colonial legal systems about how we identify. And then many times they're not asking us how we identify, they're prescribing terms to us. What I mean when I say that is, if I go into a provincial court, quite often the judge or one of the other actors or players in that system is going to address me by Mr. George, Mr. Lyndon George. And so by applying that prefix, that Mr. to me, they're applying gender to me. So they're applying their Eurocentric construct of gender to me, and they're dictating to me who I should be. That's not what I understand as an Anishinaabe person, as an Indigenous person, how things roll for us. We did not prescribe those to individuals, and it's my understanding in our languages that we don't have those kind of terms such as Mr. and Mrs. or Miss or Mrs., but rather our languages better describe the relationships that we have. So when I spoke to one of the Anishinaabe language keepers that I know from a northern community and asked very specifically about those terms, he chuckled and he said, we do not have those terms. Rather, we have terms that help describe the relationship. So rather than saying Mr. or Mrs., the terms that we would have will better describe the living relationship that people have. And so just terminology that we have in these colonial legal systems are oppressing us as Indigenous people, but they're also oppressing Two-Spirit people by prescribing a gender and gender identity to us. And then we look beyond those terms and we have to consider what are some of the programs that are happening out there for Indigenous men, Indigenous women, Indigenous queer and Two-Spirit people. So we do have programs specifically for Indigenous women and for Indigenous men, aftercare programs, but we don't have specifically aftercare programs or programs for Indigenous queer or Two-Spirit people. And that there were no Two-Spirit aftercare services during the residential schools, class action settlements, federal Indian day schools, or other experiences that we have had as Indigenous people. And that gender binaries, homophobia, colonial social constructions around gender and gender identity and gender expression and sexual orientation, which is really important for us to remember. Those things did not exist in our communities, and that our understanding of Two-Spirit people traditionally is that we brought balance and healing into our communities. And so we're constantly fighting the homophobia that seems to shroud many of our communities and all of these institutions. And I feel that the best way that we're going to move forward, and I know that many of my Indigenous, queer, and Two-Spirit colleagues share, as well as our allies, the best way for us to move forward with any of these things is through education. That I know that many Indigenous people have been talking about reconciliation and what does that look like. Well, I believe and I feel that we have our own reconciliation and reconciliation to do within our communities when it's regarding Two-Spirit people, and that each of us play a very important role within our communities to help bring back the roles and responsibilities of Two-Spirit people. And for many people who don't know what those roles and responsibilities are, we carry both the masculine and the feminine roles and responsibilities of Indigenous people. For instance, many of Two-Spirit Indigenous queer people in our communities had been the name givers. And what an honor that is when I consider that in our communities traditionally, individuals who were embarking on a journey to build a family and to be parents would come to the Two-Spirit people in a good way, and there would be a tobacco exchange, a covenant agreement made, and they would ask the Two-Spirit people, please find the name for our child. And that's an incredible honor. We also have the roles and responsibilities of bringing people together. So we are in 2023, we are living in an era where Two-Spirit people, we have picked up our bundles, we have learned, many of us have learned our roles and responsibilities, and we are asserting our rightful places back into our communities. But it has not been easy. And for us to do that work, to dismantle the colonization and the harm that's done for Two-Spirit Indigenous people, we have to rely on what we know as traditional people. And many of this stuff is supported through our Indigenous languages. So what I'm going to try to do here now is share a whole different screen. Can you see this screen? So on this screen, this is for the Anishinaabe language. These are just some of the terms that we have in our languages that help describe who we are as Indigenous, queer, Two-Spirit people. And our languages tell a story not about who we are sexually, but more about what our roles and responsibilities are as Two-Spirit people. For instance, I identify as Anishinaabe Ojokwe, which is the close to the fourth term here that we have. And that term implies that I'm somebody with an identity that is broader in range, and that my roles and responsibilities are not limited to the biological gender that I may have been born with. But every Indigenous language across Turtle Island comes with terms that help describe who we are as Indigenous, queer, Two-Spirit people. And these terms are so very important because they're ancient. We come from ancient societies that outlive pyramids, that outlive colonialism. And these terms help support our existence as Two-Spirit people. And so fighting all this colonialism for Indigenous, colonialism as Indigenous people, it's been much more difficult as Two-Spirit people. For instance, when we consider and turn our minds to the Truth and Reconciliation's calls to action in that great big document that had been prepared by many Indigenous people, Indigenous relatives across Canada, there's only half a page in that entire document that even mentions the existence of Two-Spirit people. And that's extremely unfortunate because we know from talking with our Two-Spirit relatives who are survivors of residential schools that their experience as Two-Spirit people within those institutions were very different. And you can go onto YouTube later and Google Two-Spirit residential school survivor, and you can listen to their stories. And so through the calls to action, there wasn't much talk about Two-Spirit people. However, Senator Murray Sinclair himself stated that traditionally as Two-Spirit people, we'd always known that Two-Spirit people were gifted and well honored and respected in our communities, and that we always believed that Two-Spirit people, when they conducted ceremony or even when they were present during ceremony, that our ceremonies were heightened spiritually. And that's always been something that, along my journey, that I've heard from many different people about our understanding as Two-Spirit people. Then the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women's, Girls, Trans, Two-Spirit document, inquiry report document came forward. And in that document, it was much more exclusive for us as Two-Spirit people. It not only amplified the voices of Indigenous women and gave our Indigenous women their voices back and their visibility back, but it also gave visibility and voice back to Two-Spirit people, because in that document it specifically talks about roles and responsibilities of Indigenous women, but it also talks about roles and responsibilities as Indigenous queer Two-Spirit people. And it was through that document that we would see that the voices of Two-Spirit people then were finally heard, and that we were giving a platform. Because in those recommendations, it talks about each of us, whether we're on reserve or off reserve, Indigenous or non-Indigenous, purposely making space for Indigenous women and for Two-Spirit people. So as a result of the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women, Girls, Trans, Two-Spirit inquiry report, that's what's really kicked forward Two-Spirit people into discussion. Prior to that document, not many of our communities or many institutions were even consulting Indigenous queer Two-Spirit people as they were consulting Indigenous people. We were often left out of the conversation. And so these pictures help along my journey. What I've had to do is claim those spots. Whenever there was a door or a window that cracked open for me to be able to be visible and to be heard within our communities, I took that opportunity. This particular picture you're looking at was dismantling and breaking down the homophobia at a powwow. I was asked to come and represent Two-Spirit people and to design a dance that would honor and welcome Two-Spirit people back into the powwow circle. Right across Turtle Island, we're noticing that people are our conductors and coordinators and facilitators of ceremonies are listening now to the voices of Two-Spirit people, and we're seeing things such as removing gender from our powwows and from our ceremonies. Last year alone, we witnessed many of our communities taking off gender, such as no longer it was saying women's fancy shawl, it was just saying fancy shawl. It was no longer saying men's fancy or men's fancy dance, it was just fancy dance. So we're witnessing across Turtle Island that our communities are now starting to respond to the voices of Two-Spirit people, and that we've had to be very vocal about our roles and responsibilities, and we've had to often assert our roles and responsibilities. Along my journey, growing up in my reserve in Chippewa, Kettle, and Stony Point, it was a very violent existence there, being queer, being Two-Spirit in my community. And there was always violence that happened on many different levels, and that it ultimately led for me having to leave the community. But I would go out and dance at other communities' powwows, but I would never dance at my own home powwow because of the eminent feeling of violence that was going to happen from community and family within my own community. So last year was the first time that I danced in my own powwow, my own community powwow. And I was asked to come and take space and hold space for Two-Spirit people. And I was provided several minutes prior to the powwow to talk about our existence as Two-Spirit people. And then I danced in the Two-Spirit Eagle Staff. In this particular picture of me, you're witnessing my masculine meet feminine regalia. So you'll see that the masculine is the ribbon shirt and the feminine is the ribbon skirt. That regalia was made by 3 generations of nieces in my family for me, so it's extremely meaningful for me. But as well, we know that our regalia tells a story about who we are, and all my colors are very bright. And we have to take up space. We also held space at another powwow where many Two-Spirit Indigenous queer people, as well as our friends and allies, brought rainbow umbrellas so that we could be visible within our circles and within our space. Two-Spirit people across Turtle Island, it's very important for us to not only be heard in our spaces, but we have to be visible. Just as much as Indigenous people, we're holding space within all these institutions and with all these non-Indigenous spaces. Two-Spirit people, we have to be visible. We also know our roles and responsibilities. So in my community with my family, I have 6 biological sisters, and they often refer to me as the 7th sister. In the ceremonial skirt, to the right here, that's a picture of me. To the left, that's my baby sister. And my sisters and I had decided that we were going to land back the land of our great-great-grandfather. So through oppressive means by provincial and federal government, they took the traditional land of our great-great-grandfather, the land that Dudley George had fought for and was ultimately killed on, was what was known as Ipperwash Provincial Park. That was our great-great-grandfather. So a couple years ago, my sisters and I did ceremony and we took that land back. We reclaimed it because we know that that land comes with ceremony and that there's water ceremony that has to be done that we're going to do. And so one of the very first ceremonies that was gifted to me was that of the Kaakewaaseya water ceremony. And so this picture was taken by a photographer just kind of to illustrate the power, to remind me of the power that water has to give life, but it can also take life. In our community as well, we had not had any kind of traditional welcoming ceremonies for our elected chief and council. And so myself with some other people, we brought back the traditional blanketing ceremony, welcoming the elected officials in our community. That's part of our roles and responsibility as Two-Spirit people. And that every chance that we have is an educational opportunity. Here I am on behalf of Two-Spirit people across Turtle Island, talking to Murray Sinclair about specifically what I had mentioned, that Two-Spirit people were not talked about in the calls to action, that it was important for us to be mentioned in those calls to action, because if we are not mentioned specifically in legal documents or legal applications, it's too easy for elected officials to forget about who we are as in Two-Spirit people and that we have places in our community. So Two-Spirit people, we're finding opportunity to educate at every chance that we can. I had an opportunity not long ago in my own family where one of my nephews was being wed with his partner, and there was a significant number of Indigenous and non-Indigenous people there. So I introduced Two-Spirit people and Indigenous applications and culture to many non-Indigenous people and talked about my role as a Two-Spirit person. So these things are extremely important for us as Indigenous people and for us to assert our spaces and hold those places, but we can't do it without the help of our Indigenous relatives helping us in those systems. So we know as a result of many of these new things that have happened, the calls to action, but particularly with the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women, Girls, Trans Identifying Two-Spirit report, that we're having these conversations that include us as in Two-Spirit people. So thank you very much for that. And so many of the research that we're doing now right across Turtle Island includes Two-Spirit, and many of them are Two-Spirit specific. So we do know things such as Two-Spirit trans people are facing and having a very difficult time in the colonial legal system, because some of those constructs are not reflective of who we are as Indigenous people. We know that when consultant Two-Spirit people talked about detention sites were particularly problematic for us as Two-Spirit people, because often, and particularly for trans and non-binary individuals, because those institutions were not reflective of who we are as Indigenous queer Two-Spirit people. For instance, many of our trans relative, our trans identifying relative who had a transition from male to female, carrying documentation that reflected their dead names, were very problematic. Dead names are, let's say for instance that my colonizer name is Lyndon George. And so that should I have transformed from male to female, I may have changed my name to Linda. But changing my document from Lyndon to Linda is very problematic sometimes, particularly for Indigenous queer Two-Spirit people and trans identifying folks. Money is always a barrier, but there's always a barrier with Indigenous services when it comes to status cards and changing those documents. And passports are another system that are very oppressive for Indigenous people. So detention centers are often sex segregated, and although there have been many policies that in Canada and jurisdiction that make space for trans people or Two-Spirit people, it's still problematic because they, in those detention center, they're identity discordant facilities. In my lifetime, several years ago, prior to this job in the colonial legal system, I had worked in the federal institutions in and around Kingston, Ontario. And there are many institutions around Kingston, Ontario. So I witnessed firsthand working with our Indigenous relatives who were staying within these institutions, and particularly with those relatives who identify as Indigenous queer Two-Spirit are trans identifying. More specifically, with our trans identifying relatives who were thrown into these institutions, life was extremely difficult because it's very homophobic, many of these institutions, and extremely dangerous for our Two-Spirit Indigenous relatives to be in. And so often what had happened with our relatives who were identifying as Two-Spirit Indigenous queer trans or non-binary in these institutions is they were having to barter with other relatives within the institution, and often that meant having to exchange sexual services in order to be protected, because it's a violent atmosphere. We're gradually seeing change in some of those institutions, but it's not happening quick enough. And so detention centers provide problems for Indigenous Two-Spirit people. And then when we look at legal and administrative, I know a lot of this stuff is really boring and it's really dry, but it's really important because we often don't think about these things being complicated for Two-Spirit Indigenous queer people. But when we look at some of the research that has been done with Indigenous queer and Two-Spirit people, they talk about legal and administrative services that have been oppressive and often violent for them. And through that, I mean criminal law, immigration law. Immigration law, it does affect some of us as Indigenous queer Two-Spirit people, because not all Indigenous queer Two-Spirit people are protected under things like the Jay Treaty, where we can go back and forth in Canada and the United States over that imposed boundary that we're seeing. So immigration law does affect us, particularly when we're talking about with our trans identifying in Two-Spirit people who have transitioned from one gender to another. Immigration law does affect us. Indigenous legal systems, such as our legal action, such as status cards, is problematic. Identity documents, child and youth law, family law, government assistance, social assistance, disability benefits, housing, health law, institutional anti-discrimination and accountability mechanisms. When I mention that, I'm talking specifically about conflict resolutions and complaint mechanisms, because there is a lot of discrimination that happens yet to Indigenous, queer, to Two-Spirit people. And many of these pose boundaries for us as Two-Spirit people. So we have to always try to break down these systems and look at how can we include Two-Spirit people. We often say as Indigenous people, we talk about for Indigenous people, by Indigenous people, delivered by Indigenous people. We talk about for Indigenous men, by Indigenous men, delivered by Indigenous men. We also say for Indigenous women, by Indigenous women, delivered by Indigenous women. We have to use that same philosophy when it comes to Indigenous queer Two-Spirit people, that programs, policies, procedures are developed for Two-Spirit Indigenous queer people, by Two-Spirit Indigenous queer people, and then delivered by Indigenous queer Two-Spirit people. Whenever I do anything that engages our women, our Indigenous women, I never professed to know anything about being a woman. So if I'm developing a program for Indigenous women, it's led by Indigenous women. I would never take the lead on something like that because I don't have that same lived experience. Two-Spirit people, we report that there's numerous barriers and forms of mistreatment right across the board. And many of these are the same as non-Indigenous people in general. One of the most reported barriers for us is our relationship with policing agents. And so when I turn my mind to the amount of violence that I see that's forced on Indigenous people by police and agents, I have to then investigate in my own mind how that looks different for Two-Spirit people. And often when we think about our relationship with police sometimes are very aggressive with us as Indigenous people, more aggressive with us than they are with non-Indigenous people. So if we take for a really good example is what had happened at the beginning of the pandemic on Parliament Hill in Ottawa. We saw a significant number of non-Indigenous people travel to Ottawa and hold and take space there. And yet we did not see the army, we did not see the police forcibly move non-Indigenous people while they were occupying that space. However, just a year or two prior to that, we had less than 100 Indigenous youth on Parliament Hill who were met by policing officials and who were met by army officials and were forcibly removed. And I know that because I happened to be there supporting our Indigenous youth when that happened. So we're seeing those kind of overt forms of racism, discrimination continue for Indigenous people. Two-Spirit people's lived experience with police is not much different. And we also report that in criminalization, it has a very profound effect on us as Indigenous people. And one of the ways that criminalization really affects Two-Spirit Indigenous queer people is when we think about many of us as Indigenous queer Two-Spirit people having to run from our own communities because of violence in our own community, because that's been forced on us by things like homophobia that have been pushed into our communities. We've had to run from our communities and we're out in a non-Indigenous community. So when we think about Indigenous women and Indigenous queer Two-Spirit people having to flee our communities, we have no resources, we have no financial stability. Many Two-Spirit Indigenous queer people have had to turn to sex trade work in order to survive. And with the criminalization of sex work comes comes punitive regulations that we have to face, such as being evicted from housing because of involvement in sex work, so being fined for loitering on streets, and that there was also Indigenous Two-Spirit sex trade workers have also realized that there's a higher risk of harm done by the police in those particular resources or in those ways of trying to make a living. And so we've identified that there's all kinds of harm done by the police. Some of the most notable and recurrent sources of endurable legal problems reported by Two-Spirit people include the criminalization of sex work, drugs, but we also have to turn our mind to that we as Indigenous people, we still have one of the highest rates of HIV infection in the world. And it's extremely alarming. And that when we look at what's happening in Canada here with the criminalization of HIV non-disclosure, that's affecting Indigenous people, not just our gender male, gender female, but it's also affecting, that criminalization is affecting Two-Spirit Indigenous queer people. And with that comes the possibility of having a criminal record, ending up in different federal or provincial institutions where we're at further harm and further risk. We're also at a higher rate of poverty, inadequate public resources such as inaccessible, insufficient government assistance, lack of affordable housing, limited public health. I remember when I went to apply for housing in my community, and this is how systemic racism works and discrimination works for Two-Spirit people. When I went to apply for a house in my community, I was told absolutely not. You cannot have a home because you do not have children. So I don't think I need to explain how discriminatory that is, but it's also based on the nepotism that can happen often within our community. So the year that I was told that I could not have a home because I didn't have children, I witnessed that the chief and some of the powers to be at that, the elected officials in my community, awarded a home to one of their relatives who also did not have children. So that nepotism harms us, but those policies around housing and other things in our communities that have existed continue to oppress Indigenous, queer, and Two-Spirit people. And that there was a lack of effective protection from discrimination, harassment, and other forms of abuse in mainstream institutions, but also within our communities. I feel that the way for us as Indigenous people moving forward has always been about education, and that for us to better understand our Indigenous, queer, and Two-Spirit people, that route has to follow education, that our communities need to better understand who we are as Indigenous, queer, and Two-Spirit people, because we're very different from queer people. We're not the same as, so many of us would see so what's happening across nationally for Two-Spirit people is that we are picking up our bundles and we are asserting our places within our communities, and that means our roles and responsibilities. One of the things that we are asserting across Canada and the United States is that we often hear about what I call that gay acronym, or that queer alphabet. LGBTQ+, that's usually how it's presented. And now they've added LGBTQ2S+. Two-Spirit people, we've taken it, now that our voices are being heard, we've taken it one step forward. And so that we've asked that we no longer be at the end of that queer alphabet or that gay acronym, but in Canada and the United States, we demand that we be first, so that it should be Two-Spirit and LGBTQ+. And we've also asked that that plus be removed because that plus sign in that queer acronym or that gay alphabet represents a whole group of other people. And if I were represented by a plus sign, and I know that is from just an Indigenous perspective, let alone the Indigenous queer two-spirit perspective, that if I'm being represented, let's say that Anishinaabe people, we were represented by a plus sign, that it should be First Nations plus, and we were under that plus sign, we would continue to feel marginalized. And so as two-spirit people who have been ostracized and ridiculed, who have been continually marginalized, not only within our own communities, but also right across all the institutions and colonial institutions in Canada, we have no business marginalizing anybody else using that plus sign. So across Canada and the United States, two-spirit people are asserting that when we are in our territories, it should be two-spirit and spell out the rest of the identities rather than a plus sign. So it looks like LGBT, two-spirit and LGBTQIPGNQQINC. So we're spelling out the entire representation of gender and gender identity. What we do know is two-spirit people, Indigenous queer people here, is that many of our communities across Turtle Island have always had anywhere from 15, possibly to 17 different gender identities that are identifiable through our languages and the terms that are used. And that are significantly different than anybody else who's not Indigenous under that acronym. Two-spirit people are the only group who are still governed under a racist, discriminatory piece of legislation known as the Indian Act. And we're the only group that our roles and responsibility, that our existence isn't based on who we sleep with or who we are sexually, who we have a sexual relationship with. Our existence as two-spirit Indigenous queer people is based on our roles and responsibility. So that makes us radically different than anybody else under that queer acronym or that gay alphabet, because many of the other groups under that acronym, their existence is dictated to them by who they have an intimate or asexual relationship with. That's not our understanding as Indigenous queer two-spirit people. So for many other reasons beyond that, two-spirit Indigenous queer people need to be separate from that acronym. So everything that we can possibly think about, and I know that's a whole lot of jumping around from this presentation, but it's really, so it's like asking me to present the relationship of Indigenous people and the colonial Canada in 45 minutes. It's really difficult to do that. But the essence of everything that I'm saying is that in order for two-spirit people to see a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of justice for us, not only in the colonial legal system or within our own legal principles and applications within our communities, we need to make space for two-spirit people. We need to give two-spirit Indigenous people back their voices. We need to be educated in our community about the roles and responsibilities of two-spirit Indigenous queer people. Many of us right across the board, two-spirit people in all of our communities, we're making ourselves visible so that we become normal within our communities again. And by normal, I mean not the Eurocentric form of normal, but that people will be used to us in our communities again, that people won't even bat an eyelash any longer when they see Nawakagishi Miigwetch come into ceremony with a ribbon skirt on. It will be normalized once again in our communities, because that's the way that it's always been in our communities. And we are often the ones in our communities who would be like the bylaw officers of our legal principles and applications within our communities, enforcing those bylaws and those legal principles and applications. So we have many roles and responsibilities, and we have much to contribute back into our communities. So My mouth is just dry now from yammering on and on and on, and I'm not usually this person who just likes to talk. I'm very interactive when I like to do this kind of stuff. So I'm hoping that at some point in time that we can have more time in your community to talk specifically about the roles and responsibilities and take a deeper look at our existence as Two-Spirit people, because as I had mentioned before, we don't get to pick and choose what is part of who we are as Indigenous people. We are ancient societies, and some things maybe we don't agree with or that we don't have to approve, but we have to at least respect that they're still part of who we are as these ancient societies. We have been challenged over hundreds of years with many different things. For instance, I remember in our communities when the jingle dress first surface in our communities. As Indigenous groups, we had to stand back and ask ourselves, is this going to be a new part of who we are as Indigenous people? I remember when the fancy shawl back in the 70s was returning back into our communities. At that point in time, I remember that our community stood back and said, is this going to be a part of who we are as Indigenous people? So we've been challenged for hundreds of years because we've had so many things about who we are as Indigenous people have to be hidden underground. Two-Spirit people, our existence and our roles and responsibilities and the contributions that we can make to our communities are just another one of those things that have had to be hidden because of the harm that has been done. Now I see that Alicia has put out to the group, does anybody have any questions for me? I want people to know this is a really safe space, and you can ask me any question that you want, because I mean, I grew up on a res. I know what it's like to have res humor, and nothing offends me as Indigenous, queer, Anishinaabe, and Ojibwe. So if there's any question that you might have, this is your safer space to be able to ask that question.
Is there any questions online? No? Okay, we have a question for you here.
Hello. Buju, Nejo Gabo, Nindishnakas, Atik Nindodam, Abishko King Nindoji. I'm also a Two-Spirit trans person. I work for Kaakewaaseya. I'm on the 2S LGBTQIA Council for Treaty 3. And I've also been a victim and have gone through a lot with the justice system for personal. So one of my questions is, what are my options if a police officer, judge, or other worker in the legal system misgenders or dead names me? And is there any recourse available to me, either through complaint process or human rights?
Absolutely, I would be looking, I think first that in welcome, I'm so pleased to see Two-Spirit trans identifying Miigwetch for this opportunity. It's like when you walk into a room and you see other Indigenous people and you give the nod. For Two-Spirit people trans identifying, it's the same thing. And our visibility is really important. Yes, absolutely, I would encourage, the first thing that I would always do is encourage and correct. Whoever's misgendering you or misdirecting you, find your voice. If you can find your voice and correct them and ask that they be respectful. The other thing that you can do is certainly look at whatever court it is, there's always the human rights route that we can take. One of the best things that had happened, and in our communities too, one of the best things that had happened for us as Two-Spirit, Indigenous, queer, trans identifying is that Jody Wilson-Raybould introduced into our community human rights, because up until that was just a couple of years ago, we didn't have that coverage as Indigenous, queer, as Indigenous folks, period, within our community. So yes, human rights is always an option, whether it be provincial or whether it be federal. Absolutely.
I have a couple of other questions as well. How do you ensure inclusiveness for Two-Spirit people in the justice system?
Well, you ask a very big question. So what we have to do is we have to, quite often, we have to rely on we have the best tools available to us right now as Indigenous, queer, Two-Spirit people, and those tools that we have are what the government has provided us with. And those tools that I speak about are the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the United Nations Declarations of Rights of Indigenous People. We also have, more importantly for you and I, we have the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women, Girls, Trans, Two-Spirit, Trans-Identifying Calls for Justice. These tools give us an ability to be able to present very strong cases as to why we need to have our voices in the community. More importantly, is right across Canada and each one of our territories and jurisdiction, they are now doing consultation on whether, and they're asking very specific questions about whether or not we can envision a separate legal system that is void of colonial legal application. So it's an Indigenous stream legal system. That's when we have to get our foot in the door. It's at lobbying at our community level with our elected chief and council, with our traditional bodies of governance, and putting our foot out there into those doors and saying, hey, don't forget about me, Indigenous, queer, Two-Spirit, trans-identifying, non-binary. We have a voice and our lived experience is different. So it's about taking those opportunities and using those tools to remind people of our existence. If we don't do that, we can't always count on our relatives to do that. So we have to find our voices and push our way. Just as the same way that we've had to do in our lodges, take our seat in our lodges with the medicines, we have to do the same things in these systems. If you have an Indigenous Peoples Court or a Gladue Court, approach them and ask them, how can I be effective in this? You need a Two-Spirit voice. In the murdered and the calls to justice from the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women, Girls, Trans-Identifying document, it talks and speaks to specifically making space available at these tables, regardless of whether it's federal, provincial, municipal, or within our territories, for Indigenous women and Indigenous, queer, trans, Two-Spirit people. So we can always use those as our tools.
Miigwetch, for my experience, I was 15 years old when I started my transition female to male, and I was assaulted at that age as well. And actually the cops that were helping me, lovely people, I didn't know the services that were provided to Indigenous peoples or anything, so I only had the OPP as support as a victim. And because it was a woman that had assaulted me and sexually assaulted me, the court actually denied my case before I even got to court. The judge said, there's nothing you can really do. Like, there was no proof. There were picture evidence, but no proof that it was her that did that to me. And so she denied me immediately before having to go through the court process. And so what would be your best advice to have that support for a Two-Spirit trans person being denied these court cases? And as a worker, how can you best assist these people?
Well, I think you're doing one of the biggest and toughest jobs that we can do to support Indigenous, queer, Two-Spirit, trans, and trans-identifying people, and that's by telling your story. And by telling your story, people are listening, and they're hearing the lack of resources that are available for us as Two-Spirit people. I too had something very similar happen to me when I was growing up in my community. I was raped by 15 different people, and some of those people were women. And so when I approached people in the community, the police, and other leaders in our community, and I explained to them that I was raped by women, Nobody would believe me because nobody could visualize. They were trying to visualize, and they asked me right straight out, how can a woman possibly rape you? And so they denied the experience had happened to me. But through my journey, I've always shared my story so that people would be aware it does happen. And I don't have to spell it out to you. Use your imagination of how that kind of sexual harassment and sexual assault happens for Indigenous queer Two-Spirit people. Also, start utilizing the resources that you have in the community. So you may have court workers who are working in a court building. Use your voice and use those tools that we have that I just mentioned, and start arguing for Two-Spirit, Indigenous, queer, trans-identifying aftercare workers are workers. And as I've mentioned just moments ago, that those types of positions have to be filled by somebody who is under the Two-Spirit umbrella. So it has to be Two-Spirit, trans, non-binary, constructed and delivered by us. So you're doing the work already, but what we really need to have is what I had mentioned about is we need Two-Spirit resource people in all of these levels of the judicial system.
Miigwetch, do you have any questions? I don't see any more questions in the chat. Miigwetch.
Perfect. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing your story, but I also want to share something else if I can find it, and it's something that was brought to me this morning that it really touched my heart, it really moved me, and it helped made me think about kindness. And that when I was growing up on my reserve, I was always told by my mom and dad and my grandparents that it doesn't cost anything to be kind, and that we have roles and responsibilities to all of our relatives, and not just our two-legged, but our four-legged, eight-legged, those that fish, those that fly, and that really being kind is just something that we should do. And so it had been pointed to me today that this remarkable story of kindness that had been done to one of our four-legged relatives. So on a screen, you see this gentleman, and maybe some of you folks had read this story this morning. This gentleman is a trucker and also a hunter, and he was driving outside of Sault Ste. Marie, and he noticed that there was a moose who had been hit, and it was pulling itself across the road to safety with its front legs because its hind legs had been hit and damaged. And this gentleman who was driving a truck witnessed other people hitting the rear ends of this moose. And so he stopped this truck and he pulled the moose across to the side of the road. And he put this moose beside him and started talking to the moose and consoling the moose. And the moose put his head down on this gentleman's lap and he started his journey. It cost him nothing to be kind. And this is the kind of kindness that we need to share as Indigenous people to one another, in particular to our Two-Spirit people, sharing this kindness with each other, opening doors for each other, and taking Two-Spirit people along this journey. So with that, I'd like to say, Miigwetch, thank you for allowing me this time to share some of the things that affect us as Two-Spirit Indigenous queer people that are much bigger than just the colonial legal system, but also within our own communities and with our own constructs. So thank you very much for listening to me yammering on and on and on. And if you have any questions specifically after that, please feel free to get a hold of Alicia, get my contact information, and feel free to contact me. We can have a conversation over the phone, or we can email back and forth, or whatever is most convenient and safe for you. Miigwetch.
Aho, Miigwetch. You can all have your drink of water. I know how presentations can be. You get really dry, and after an hour, I don't think I can do that without drinking any water. So we're going to enter into the closing and also some reflections. Our drummers are available. I would like to say that I enjoyed the gathering. I enjoyed the presentations. I learned a lot. I learned about justice. I learned a lot of views, and I know I have a lot more to learn. So I really enjoyed this session, listening and gathering information. And again, I learned that one new word I'm going to be practicing. Art, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, actually, we'll have to teach you a few other words for the next meeting. I just wanted to thank everybody for being here in person and online. I think it was a great gathering, and we have another one coming up in a couple of weeks in Dryden. So if anybody wants to come out and join the bail and watch Leroy over there, we'll be able to do it. But also I came up here to offer a couple gifts. Where's Dawn's? We have one for you, Dawn. Thank you very much for being our elder.
Good.
And also Priscilla. Whoa. Thank you so much for coming out and opening and saying a prayer for us.
We love you all.
And I think there's going to be some prizes given out. Alicia, are you doing the prize thing? Oh, the guys are over there, ready to go.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Let her rip. Let her rip. Nadine, sorry. Sorry. Is she online or? Yeah. Okay.
Nadine, you're online. You won the first prize.
What's the first prize?
What is the first prize?
There's only one prize. And so it's an iPad, AirPods, and some Justice merch. We just need your mailing address so we can mail it to you. Yes. No, it's one big prize. Sorry. Thank you.
Oh, Miigwetch. So I ask our elder, Priscilla, for some reflections and perhaps a prayer.
It's, can you hear me? Okay. It's been a very interesting 2 days. We've had an opportunity to gather, and we've also had an opportunity to learn a lot of information about the justice system. The staff have to be commended for a job that not too many people would want to do. So my thoughts and my prayers are with you, that you continue your journey. And I ask the Creator, as we leave this gathering today, to help us walk with confidence and guide us with our Anishinaabe teachings. Carry them with you every day as we move forward. I want to speak about and thank the Creator for the teachings on the tobacco and the fire. It is so important as staff people that you always have tobacco on you when you're doing your job. This tobacco is the beginning of your work. Our teachings tell us that it becomes part of your bundle. You need to put down tobacco to be safe and to ask for whatever it is that you need. Also, don't forget about the sacred fire. The Creator has given us instructions about the sacred fire. In your work, remember the sacred fire. You need to put the tobacco down to ask the Atisokanan for permission to make a fire when you're working with clients. You need to put the tobacco in the sacred fire so that your prayers will be heard. You need to put cedar in the fire so that it will cleanse the spirits and the young ones. You need to put sage in the fire to cleanse the people that you work with. Don't forget to put the sweetgrass as well, because this will cleanse and heal our children and for future generations. I leave that teaching with you, and I hope when you walk the journey of a good life that you will remember the teachings of the tobacco and the sacred fire. It is the Creator that has given that to you. Miigwetch.
Aha, Miigwetch. Maginin mangi, kigo manit tabachim. Schema jeba, kikagi gitoan. Owe bejik. Schkegi mas chiketta weya. Miye nita zindan. Kimajito ondin. Wegi pi kitog anishinabeg kaunjian. Chipagaten the moen. Pakitan dan ye kama site. Ida pakitan the mage away kama jitut out. Kegin nima pakitan duzan. Mien ke haji paket naman ye. Pama wasa iti ya pakiton ye. Kama natat kego. So I just wanted to share a teaching that quite often you hear 7 grandfather teachings. But there's also another one in our community. I think it pertains specifically to what we're talking about today and what the conference was about, the restorative justice, is the word forgiveness. Forgiveness. Because when someone has done you wrong, or the offender needs forgiveness, that word applies not just one way, but also applies 2 ways. The forgiveness portion, if you're the person who's been offended, take some time, how much time you need to forgive that person that offended you. And the offender also takes some time to think about what he or she did and for them to forgive themselves. So forgiveness is a very useful teaching when we talk about restorative justice. When they say, pagitin daman, that's a very important word, pagitin daman. You let it go. You let it go. You work on letting it go. Whatever processes you use to let it go. I also attended residential school. So all the things I experienced, I had to let those go. Because it was my father and elders that said, "Kita bagita endan. Kita bagita endan." It takes time to let that go because it's as it was said, it's multi-generational. Sometimes it's the children that are affected. But forgiveness, once you understand that word and start using it, life becomes better for yourself, for individuals. You tend to see things better in a different light. So I just wanted to add that portion when we talk about justice, that there is a way to release, let go, and move on. It takes time, but it can be done. Miigwetch? So I call upon Dwayne and the boys to take us home.
Dwayne and the boys.
So Dwayne, the lead singer, is now 29 plus 1 day.
The boy. That blank for the drum? Now.
Now?
Yeah. Just a minute, gentlemen.
Oh, Miigwetch, traveling song, travel safe. Till next time, Miigwetch.